Sorry.
Hey, where's Stewie?
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter.
There it is. We are going to do Sting, yeah.
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean, to play us out? To end the show?
Yeah.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today, and we'll leave you with a... I can't do it. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Stewie Griffin. Thanks for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
Stewie. Stewie. My neighbor's dog is named Stewie. He's a good dog. There's a lot going on. I guess the thing on my mind most of all is the United States essentially is at war with the world right now. I would guess that Europe is on our side, NATO, and maybe South America too, but they're not going to be really involved. But I think we're at war, and it's about the dollar. It's about our banks. It's about the guys, they're all men, the guys who had our banks. There's one woman who screwed it up at either Chase or Citi. I think it was Chase. But the top people are men, and their wealth is offshore. Their money's going to leave faster than you can say, is Trump president? If things go badly, it'll leave New York. It'll go to Switzerland. It'll go to, I don't know, someplace safe. But I don't know if Trump works with, I mean, who runs this administration? I think it's Samantha Powers, and Blinken. But I think those are just handmaidens of Barack Obama. That's my guess. And the neocons. But it all comes down to the banks. Barack Obama bailed out Goldman Sachs. He bailed out Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, all of them. So what happens is these guys in the casino bet large. When it fails, hey, we're too big to fail, and we're your buddy. We you know, in the case of Hillary Clinton, we married your daughter. In the case of Trump, we married your daughter. In the case of anyway, it goes on and on. Biden, I think, has daughters also married well. And so they bail them out. But the losses come to us, and the pain comes to us. And then Trump, for some reason, Trump's talking about the Panama Canal, which the Chinese run, And the Chinese are building a canal, I think, if my memory's right, through Nicaragua to try to get super max cargo through. But China, while we're bombing mountains and assaulting deserts and bailing out all of the banksters, China's playing Risk. And they're playing down in our Monroe Doctrine. And so Trump is talking about Panama Canal. I just heard him today. He wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. I think he'd get that passed if he called it the Gulf of the Americas. But anyway, Gulf of America. And he wants to absorb Canada. He wants NATO to pay more money, and he wants Greenland. Why? I think it's because we're going to war. Or at least we're getting ready to go to war to defend the banksters. This guy, Stevie Cohen, I knew guys like him. He didn't get where he got without cheating and stealing and using information he shouldn't have had, in my judgment, and belief and knowledge. But he owns the Mets. But we bail him out. They're all the same. All cheated. And no one cares. It's the oddest thing. No one cares. But we're going to go to war for them. We're going to go to war for BlackRock's right to redevelop the Ukraine. But if you look over there, the Ukraine, and you come down, you draw a line down, and you come down to Syria, Iran, Israel. On one side of that line, or straddling that line, from the Caspian and Siberia all the way down into Africa, oil. I asked a geologist in a meeting once, he laughed at me. This was 20 years ago. I said, if there's oil up there in Siberia, Caspian, and the Middle East, why isn't it here in Africa? It doesn't work that way. Well, it's there. But more than that, what does that separate? The Ural Mountains give Russia the Slavophile problem. Is Russia Asian or is it European? Turkey has a similar, I don't know if it's a problem, it's just, they're partly European, they're partly Asian. So why are the wars happening there? Because, my friends, economic power not only slowly, but is rapidly moving to the east. Why did it happen in the first place? Greenmail and taking over companies, like in that movie, Blue Star Loves Blue Helicopter. The banks, and that's how Stevie Cohen got rich. Hey, did you know that Gordon Gekko has just made a bid? He's not supposed to know it. He bought it. That's how he got rich. But that financialization of the heartland of America, and then our willful education of students, and we backed, under Bill Clinton, we backed China to go into the trade organization as a developing country. And George W. Bush let the Chinese take one of our stealth fighters down And now look at the generation of stealth fighters they have. It's both parties, my friends. Barack Obama's real father, or the father that raised him out of Indonesia, worked for the CIA, apparently, and knew the Bushes. This is bigger than what we focus on. And I think we're very close to that time. We may not quite be there because China doesn't maybe yet have enough gold to sit at Bretton Woods 3. India probably doesn't have enough gold yet. I'm certain Russia probably doesn't have enough gold, so they want to buy more. But Russia has oil and natural gas and other resources, so Russia doesn't really need to worry about how much gold it has. And Russia has hypersonic missiles. Now, we must have been working on other weapons, but I don't think we have a defense against the hypersonic missile. And I've been saying this now for a while. And my dad, when he was alive, would bristle at me. Oh, you sound like your mother. He divorced my mother. He didn't say that. I'm mixing conversations. What he said is, oh, don't you worry. Our weapons are better. Well, let me just ask you, if you remember the hypersonic missile, the small one that Putin launched and dropped over Kiev, or near Kiev, some depot, it broke into 6 parts. Boom, 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 boom. You take one of those missiles, you fly it at the USS Gerald Ford, and it breaks into 6 parts. It takes out the Gerald Ford, it takes out 2 destroyers, and 3 other things, whatever is in a carrier group, fuel tankers, whatever. And in one shocking 12-hour period, the United States recognizes that our power, our projection of power in the world, is made redundant. Instantly, our dollar would collapse, our bond markets would collapse, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia would start buying weaponry from Russia, maybe, and pricing oil in rubles. I'm being simplistic. So if our aircraft carriers have to go home or be destroyed, what protects the United States? I think maybe that's why Trump is talking about Canada. And if you look at Greenland, Greenland's a big wedge between North America and the Arctic, but also Northern Europe. Europe is a big peninsula that lops off at, or starts at, Moscow. So that's, but I don't know how much Trump is thinking about that, but I think the banksters have to protect our military, our dollar, and our I gotta close this. A lot of messages coming. I can't just, it distracts. I've already lost my train of thought. So it's just interesting. That's what's on my mind. But what should be on our mind in terms of making money is, I guess, two things. One is Trump could be successful at bringing technology industry back to the United States. Right now, I think we rank as the third or fourth largest automobile manufacturer in the world, but we're falling fast. China's number one. China builds automobiles for 20 grand. Go buy one here in the United States for 20 grand. And they're good cars. They use our methodologies, our systems, how we trained them, technology. The Wall Street guys help them buy out of bankruptcy because it helps the banks. The banks were able to take American industry, financialize it, improve it, let it all go offshore, and you have Stevie Cohen with $25 billion. No one cares. Well, that's what happened. And now they want to use our government as their tool to protect their wealth. Well, Trump may be able to buy time for our economic engines to start working again. The integrity, the greatness of the American and Canadian people and Mexican people. If you were running the game of risk, you would take Canada, the United States, Mexico, Greenland, that you could protect with armies right at the edges. You wouldn't go in and take Afghanistan. You wouldn't necessarily want to take the Soviet Union. There's too many places to defend. And anyway, we can build our own economic strength here. Plus, we've got the Constitution. Plus, people are put money with the United States because they still trust us for all of our self-destructive instincts, DEI and womanism and attack men, straight men. Gay men are okay, but straight men, no, not all men, just straight white males, attack them. But not all straight white males. You can leave out the banksters. Just those straight white males that have jobs bricklaying. Do you know who doesn't lay bricks? The guys that short these stocks and are banksters. They don't paint houses. They don't wait tables. And those are the same jobs women don't want either. Women want to be, I want to be the president, the glass ceiling. And I agree with all that. I get it. But we're talking about our national security and our economic way of life. There was a woman I used to, she gets so frustrated, but that's just being young. She was young, but she wanted instant. And I say, wait a minute. It takes 20, 30, 40 years to gain the experience to run a company, unless you're born with some genius. It'll get there, it'll get there. Anyway, so I think one thing is Trump might give us more time. The second thing is we got to buy gold. We got to buy silver. We've got to, I think, diversify out. NVIDIA's making new highs, and everyone's going to get caught up in that. Oh my gosh. And I'm not saying sell it. Everyone's going to get caught up in what's coming. But we have to be ready, to the extent you own any of those assets, to start thinking about the other side of that skyrocketing price. I hope Trump can change everything. I hope he can go shake hands with Putin. We should be friends with Russia. Maybe not close bosom buddies. Hey, do you want to come over and have a beer Friday night? But guys that walk into a restaurant and walk over, shake hands. Hey, Russia, how's the bear? How's the kids? The Russian people have actually a depth of history and pain and stoicism that maybe we don't have. But they have the same desire to live today and forward and get it done and make things happen. They have the exact, and it's a Christian nation now. We should be friends with Russia. Why are we at war? And that's what well, last night I didn't sleep well. I realized the banks have us at war with the East. Gold, physical silver is rapidly moving to the East. So the Chicago and London and New York trading pits, and they are the pits of the world, these trading pits. Bunch of greedy men playing ping pong with your assets, with derivatives and leverage. Thank you, Bill Clinton. Oh, everything was great under Bill Clinton. He's the best president we ever had. What a loser. I voted for him twice. I used to defend him. But they want to stop that. And I personally think the thing that scares the banks the most is silver. SILVER. Hi-ho silver. Now, I've read that JP Morgan is long a bunch of silver, but that's where Blythe Masters came up with they gave credit to her for the idea. I have my doubts, but she came up with the idea, I guess, of derivatives and paper trading. There already was paper trading, but she came up with the on steroids, the hypothecation, rehypothecation, the just massive expansion of risk in the bond markets, as it turns out, in the metals markets. And JP Morgan, for the longest time, is rumored to be the bank that has the most exposure short to silver. But I heard, listening to different people, so you don't have to, I heard that Bank of America, it's Bank of America Merrill Lynch, but Bank of America is short, if this guy can be believed, 1 billion ounces of silver. 1 billion ounces. I think we're going to war because the gold and silver is going east. I think we're going to war because the economic power of jobs and supplying the middle class of the rest of the world with automobiles, air conditioners, washing machines, educations, phones, you name it, food even, is shifting east. There's a book out there I want to read. The reason I haven't is I can't remember the title. But China used to rule the oceans with a navy. And the emperor, I forget the emperor's name. I don't think it was Ming. No, I can't remember. But I think a comet came, or asteroids came, and his whole navy was sitting out at sea. And unless I have it wrong, I think some of those ships, or all of them, were destroyed by asteroids or comets. I'm hesitating to say it. I haven't read the book. I want to find the book. But that is what caused China to turn inward and pull back. I did read this book, I think. I think the title was 1492, but I have no specific memory of it other than the title. But oddly, Queen Isabella backed Columbus, and Europe reached out. And of course, the Catholic Church, to my great sense of loss, when the conquistadores got to Mexico, they burned all the paper records. It's not, I don't think it was called the Aztecs, but all that history was destroyed because I guess it wasn't godly enough. And that is such a tragedy. But anyway, the timing is that as China was withdrawing, Europe was arising. And I have this book. I haven't read it yet. I want to read about it. But there was a great war raging between England, Spain, France, the Dutch, the Portuguese, and then the Germans got in late. But once the Germans got in, they decided to go to the war with the whole world twice. But the wealth, if you've gone to Europe, you go to London, you go to Paris, you go to Amsterdam, the wealth was unfathomable because Europe discovered and conquered the New World. But the dynamics of all of that led to wars in Europe and on the seas that ultimately did lead to World War I and World War II. Germany felt left out in the Great Grab. They got parts of Africa. So anyway, the United States, the doughboys came in late in World War I. The Texas oil fueled the victory somewhat at that time, but then in World War II, it was Texas oil. Late, well, the oil went early, but the late American soldiers went in. But it was the combination of the American might and, frankly, Soviet strength that defeated Hitler and Germany for the second time. Out of that, the United States rose as the country with the industrial might, the know-how. We had the scientists from Nazi Germany. We had Werner von Braun. We had the oil. And we still have our empire. But we've given it all away. We've given the know-how to China. We've given the ability to be a developing nation to China, so they don't have our responsibilities. I think that's one way of interpreting it. We've been distracted by the neocon idiocy and the George W. Bush know-nothingness and the Barack Obama community gatherer, organizer idiocy. And now we just went through a presidency where there was no president. So we've just, I don't know, it's like we're being sabotaged or we're doing it to ourselves. I don't know. But we have a fight on our hands. We have a fight on our hands. I think we start with great advantages. I do think we start with great advantages. But we got to snap to it. Anyway, I think the only way to protect yourself is to become your own central bank. Try to get out of debt. Try to do things you know. Earn income. Free cash flow. Have some cash stored in, I don't know, put it on your shoebox or put it in your freezer in a bag called veal. But buy gold, silver, oil and gas. I really think we're already at war. And in that, it's time for us to start thinking of the assets we need to own are the real assets. We have to get out from this, I don't know, this debt slavery and this bankster system somehow. Anyway, that was a long little thing. I didn't mean to go on that long. Let me try to get some quotes for you, and then we'll call Ham. I'll call Ham at 2 o'clock. Nothing was up earlier. Well, I can't tell you. It's not letting me tell you that.
Battery 100%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
All right. It's all slow. Everything is slow. All the trees are brown on a cloudy day. I don't know why it's taking so long. All right, let me just go to another page. Let me go to another page. Let me go to here. I'll go to this page. The video. And I'll start brand new. Ah, there it goes. Brand new works. Brand new is fast. Brand new. All right, I'm going to give you quotes, and then we'll call the hamster. Okay, so rail is down 2.5 cents, whatever this is, 35.92 cents to 36.99 cents. Relatively low volume. This week is tomorrow. The markets are closed. No, sorry. Tomorrow's Elvis's birthday. Thursday is Nixon's birthday, but I think the markets are closed for Nixon's birthday. No, they're closed for Jimmy Carter. My name is Jimmy Carter. So finger is down 6 cents, 117. Next strip is down 30 cents, looking pounceable. ZJYL is down 4 cents at 88. DJT is having a dip. Logic is continuing to be slaughtered, and my contrarian self would buy that, but because there are systems in place. G-Bucks is down 19 cents. MLSS is up 1 cent at 103. The Nixmeister is up 4 cents at $6. And in a show of strength, coming in first, I guess, is the Sprott Physical Silver Trust is at $10.05. And I could swear when I first started talking to you guys, it was like 765, something like that. I have to look it up. That's pretty amazing. And Djokovic goes for his 25th Grand Slam, which of course he may not get. Daily Mail, the Daily Hate. Breaking news. Trump hints at invading Panama Canal. I didn't listen to all of it. Fair enough. But that's not what he said. And invading Greenland. He didn't say that. I'm sick of the bias. $100-mile-per-hour winds and Arctic air in the United States this week, not next week, this week. Let's see where that is. Tens of millions of Americans have been put under weather warnings as deadly winds head for the West Coast. I guess that's the day the music died. As an Arctic blast freezes the east. Wow. We're going to be under pressure all over the country. The storm's path will emerge in the south central states late this week. It'll merge with the cold air in the plains, creating winter weather across the region. The storm's path may extend as far east as Washington, D.C., Philadelphia. Here in Philadelphia, it's worth $50. And New York City this weekend, delivering snow and disrupting travel. Temperatures could plunge to 30 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit below average from the northern plains and the Midwest to the interior Southeast through the first 2 weeks of January. Natural gas prices, they'll go over $10. All right, let's see what some of what you're saying. Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter. There's Matt K. Hi, Matt K. I get my eye operation next week, so I won't have to do, I hope I don't have to do all this. Hey, pilot to the moon. Let me see if 2 minutes. Let me see if I can get him. I'm going to turn my phone off and start from scratch, because that way I'll know the speaker will work. Just takes a second. Matt, do you know something we don't know? What do you know that we don't know? There's no audit on Finger, Matt? Where do you get your information? Look, if your guys have a better stock idea and they believe there's no audit, I mean, I can't blame them. I wouldn't want to be in a company with no audit. But I don't know where you're getting that information that there's no audit.
Connected to Bill's iPhone.
All right. All right, mate. You all right? You all right? You all right? No answer. No answer. All right. Well, I tried. We'll just wait for him to call. Well, Matt, give us your source of information, because that would be pretty important to know that there's no audit at Finger.
Call from Andy.
You're live if you want to be. You are right now. I can turn it off.
I'm alive.
Yeah.
All right. So again, just following a couple of names, not going crazy, not chasing your tail. If you bought DJT and GameStop on buy the dip, sell the rip, GameStop worked like a charm today. I even told you when to sell it. I posted it. I said, when it goes green, sell it. You made $1. You made 50 cents to $1, something easy. Those are trading patterns. I keep trying to tell you, trading patterns is what you need to follow. And I'm not using a chart. I'm just following the same patterns. They drive it down fast, and then they try to cover it back up. It's the same pattern. DJT, you could have bought it. Just give me a check, and I can make sure the prices are right. 1 second, William. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so it got down to 34.80. It bounced back up. Even if you paid 35, you're up 15 cents. If you want to dump it, you dump it. It came back to down 50 cents. I don't like to say that you caught the bottom and you caught the top perfect. This one hasn't worked yet, but GameStop was like a charm. It was down, buying it below 32 and a quarter. It went to 33. Well, that's trading. You do 100 shares, you made yourself $100, $1, 100 a day, 500 a week, is 2,000 a month. You don't have to be Stevie Cohen. You don't have to be Ken Griffin. Just keep chopping away. And these are stocks that are giving you the opportunity to buy the dip, sell the rip. You notice I stay away from NVIDIA. I stay away from Tesla, because you can buy the dip there. And when they continue to fall, these things fall $10, $20, you get wiped out. So I don't like to play that game. Obviously, if you play that game when they do rally them back, they go faster, and you can make $1, $2, $3 real fast, but also you can lose it. So I don't really follow those names. I look at them, but I don't play them. I mean, Tesla's all over the place. It's up and down 30 points all over the place. Today's down 16. Yesterday was up. I mean, I don't know how you sit with it, but that's, that's not my game. Do you have any questions on that, William? No?
No, but right now, what would you assess DJT? Is it a dip right now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying it hasn't given you the trade that everyone looks for.
Right.
I look every day, you get a dip and you get a rally back. You may get a rally back on the close. So if you're day trading, you wait to the end of the day, you could sell it to break even. For people say that I tell you to sell, yeah, sell to break even if you don't want to be there. You don't want to get out. You could do that anytime. You just, you reevaluate the trade every day. Remember, you're trying to sometimes day trade to reduce risk. And just trying to we call it scalping, making 20, 30, 50, 80 cents real quick and see you later. Sometimes it takes a little longer, but as long as you're okay, you're in the black or minus a couple of pennies, you're okay. No one buys a stock every day and catches the perfect bottom and catches the perfect top. If they do, they're lying to you because you don't. But I'm just saying there's opportunities. DJT and GameStop give you the opportunity every day and have been giving it to you every day to make a winning trade every day. And if you feel nervous that it's going to go, you can always hold on to some. But if you do it every day, let's say you bought 1,000 shares and every day you trade 1,000 shares. In a week's time, let's say you paid 35 for 1,000 shares. In a week's time, if you make just 50 cents on 1,000 shares every day, right? Think about it. You make $2.50, 35 minus 250, you're down to 32.50 owning your stock. Do it again next week, you're down to $30, and it keeps going lower. So you're lowering your cost on your position. And anytime you want to cash out, you sell it, that's all profit. That's how professional people trade. Keep trying to lower your cost whatever way possible. And that's how you trade. Not every trade is you're going to buy a share and just watch it go from here. Like GameStop went from 3 3/4 to 500. It doesn't happen every day. And that's why Wall Street doesn't give a shit about GameStop people or AMC. Neither do I. It's because you had an opportunity to change your life. Not everyone bought it at 500. You could have bought it at 400 and went to 500. A stock's up $100. My goodness, that's a tremendous play. So Wall Street took advantage of you because you're a novice, but they're not going to stop the game because you're a rookie. You got to learn while you're in the fire. That's how it goes. And that's why I keep telling people at AMC, you're stuck. You know what? You had your chance. It went from $2 to 70-something dollars. I never really followed AMC. But again, what else do you want? $1 to $70? What do you want? It to come back every couple of years and continue? You know what? Time is moving on. Life is moving on. If your stock hasn't had the squeeze yet, there's more likely you're going to get the squeeze in that name. Right? GameStop, AMC, they've been raising big money. And, they've been covering the shorts as they go along. I mean, I'm just telling you the truth, how I feel about it. I could be wrong. And the reason I tell people to buy GameStop is every day to take advantage of all the investors that keep pushing it up. Every time it dips, the investors come in, try to push it back up. And when they do, take advantage of it. That's it. There's nothing I can say. You can hold on, trade it, do whatever you like, but there's an opportunity there every day. What else we got, William? MLSS?
Let me look at the price.
Keep looking, William. You're going to be surprised today.
So you have a wiener?
I'm up 1 cent, excuse me. I'm not even
There
up a
aren't any
teeny. I'm up
teenies anymore.
I'm basically, if I hit the bid, I got to sell it in the middle to be up 1 cent. 1 cent.
I wouldn't do it.
Nah, I'm just laughing that
You
someone
wrote
tried
it
to
so
tell.
far, might as well write it up.
I'm not panicking yet. You know, that I think I've been through the tough time and I'm just sitting here. Although I'm missing opportunities.
So would you
That's-
buy DJT here, $35, or you wait till tomorrow?
No, I would buy it now. If you're gonna buy it,
$35.
you buy 40% of it. If it pulls back, you buy another 40%. If it pulls back a little bit more, you buy 20%. That gets you to 100, whatever you happen to buy. This way you average into it. And when it turns and it starts to rally, you make a sale. That's it.
So if you bought it at 35 and maybe 34.50 and 34, the way you just said
Right.
it.
I'm just trying to make it safe for you. To me, it's down $1
Yeah.
To me, I would buy it right here because I think it's going to rally from here. There's no reason to sell it. Trump is the president. You know he's going to hammer these guys. Who's shorting it? I don't know, but the volume has dried up from 30 million a day to 4 million. So there's really nothing going on right now. So when there's nothing going on, who manipulates when nothing going on? The naked shorts. That's what happens.
So one thing here surprises me. Matt has information that there's no audit at Finger Motion. Have you heard there's no audit at Finger Motion?
Have I heard there's no audit of Finger Motion?
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying there's no audit on Finger.
Well, the CEO said.
I find it hard to believe, but he might have
The
better.
CEO said that they're in an audit, and they have a new auditor that's been doing an audit. Their
Right.
old auditor didn't want to. I forget what it's called, PCB, whatever
PWCOB or something.
whatever that was. I can't remember the symbol, whatever it was. And they had to get a new auditor that is compliant with SEC rules, and they did that.
It's
And they're
funny
waiting for
that you
it.
mention that because they made a filing. I'm reading it. They had a current report they filed with the SEC September 19th, 2024. And it says matters related to accountants and financial statements. On September 10, 2024, the board of directors, as well as the audit committee of Finger Motion, approved and authorized the termination of Centurion ZD CPA & Co. as its independent registered public accounting firm. On the same date, the board of directors, as well as the audit committee, approved and authorized the engagement of the accounting firm of CT International LLP as the company's new independent registered public accounting firm. Centurion, the one that they fired, reports on our financial statements dated May 29, 2024 for the two most recent fiscal years ended February 29, 2024 and February 28, 2023 did not contain an adverse opinion or disclaimer of opinion or qualification or modification as to uncertainty, audit scope, or accounting principles. In connection with the audit of our financial statements for the two most recent fiscal years ended February 29, 2024 and February 28, 2023, and in subsequent interim period through the effective date of the termination of Centurion on September 10, 2024, there were no disagreements, resolved or not, with Centurion on any matters of accounting principles or practices, financial statement disclosure, or auditing scope or procedures which disagreements, if not resolved to the satisfaction of Centurion, would have caused Centurion to make reference to the subject matter of this disagreement in connection with its report on the financial statement for such years.
All right, William, what the fuck did you say? I don't know what you're talking about. Is it good or bad, whatever you're talking about?
Well,
It sounds to me they got rid of their auditor and they have a new auditor, and there's nothing that's out of the ordinary. They just changed their auditor. Auditors is what I
it's
get.
saying there's nothing wrong,
Right.
but there's a letter here. Let's see what that says. The Centurion, the Chinese auditing firm from Hong Kong, says we are in agreement with what they said. We have no basis to agree or disagree with the statements. Well, anyway, they agree with the assessment with how Finger
Okay.
reported it.
Listen, the one thing I will add to that is you said something yesterday. You said that Roth Capital never would have done the deal without doing due diligence, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure that Roth Capital knows about whatever this audit is and whatever has moved on. The CEO said in the video to you that they're in the middle of an audit. They have a new accounting firm and they had to do an audit to backdate to make sure everything is correct, that the last auditor did everything right, because the new auditor will be responsible for it. So that's what I gathered. And that is in the middle of it. And once they do the reporting, whatever time they have to do it for, that's when the dividend would be approved. That's what I gathered.
Well, somewhere, I'm trying to find it now, they say, maybe it was a press release, but they say they need to go back over the 2 years,
Right.
soup
That's
to
what he
nuts,
said, right.
with the new auditing firm. And I guess Matt wants instant results. Let's see, that was September. So you got September, October, November, December. It's 4 months. I guess that's too long for Matt. I don't know. I don't know how long it should take. But
Matt, call the company up, speak to the IR guy and ask him. Go ahead. Or call up an auditing firm and say, hey, listen, this company just changed auditors. How long does it take? Get an answer for yourself. It doesn't bother me because I think that Roth Capital gave this company $5 million of their clients' money at $1.50. I don't think they would give it to an unaudited firm that is not in compliance and would just throw it out the window to anybody, because I think Roth Capital would be liable to their own clients then, right?
yeah, I'm trying to see if they filed anything as to this audit. On December 16th, Univest terminated, and immediately
Well, that was
they
funny
raised
that-
money.
Right. So Univest, I guess, couldn't raise money or didn't have the time or whatever. And they reached out to Roth Capital, and it looks like Roth Capital did it.
Yeah.
That looks like it's pretty normal to me. Listen, everybody, the intangible thing that affects all these public companies is the manipulation of the stock price to push it down, to get the investors to yell at each other, scream at everybody that it's our fault, it's your fault, it's everybody's fault. But these stocks are all being held down for a reason, because they want you to dilute and then reverse your stock. And I wrote to Charlie Payne this morning, and I said, Charlie, how about doing a story about how many companies are going to be delisted this year that have been driven out of business? Or how about a story, Charlie, about how many companies had to reverse their stock? Could it be possible that there's 20 or 50 companies that had the same failed business plan and they all did the same thing? And it's funny, William, if you
They
look
all
at it
suck.
this way.
All these CEOs that went to Harvard and Columbia, they all suck. They don't know how to write a business plan.
Well, this is interesting, William. If all these companies that are being destroyed by naked short selling, right? they have to reverse their stock. Why would all these poor companies still be around if they're reversing their stocks? So they reverse the stock and then just go back to the market like everything's okay, and they start over again. So to me, it's either these companies are piss poor, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you get a Harvard education,
or
you come out of
Yeah.
Harvard unqualified to be CEO of a company. These shorters, they know that those guys are just not up to the task. So they're saving us by wiping out company after company.
What I wanted to tell Charlie Payne is companies are being shorted down. Okay, if they're really bad companies, why would we allow them to reverse and start again? Obviously, they're not bad companies. They just are being raped. And for example, I don't know what this KNW is, what they're doing something with diabetes or whatever the hell they're doing. But it's clear that the company's being raped, driven down, and eventually will be reversed. The other day, it traded 33 million shares up to 26 cents. Then it dropped back down to 16 cents today. And today, another 5 million shares have traded. And a company that trades, 1 million shares, but the only reason it's 1 million shares is because of that 35 million share day. So I wrote it to the SEC and said, there's clear manipulation going on here. And I would start with whoever's funding the company. But eventually, this company is going to come out and have to say, hey, we can't meet compliance. We're going to get kicked off the exchange, and we're going to have to reverse our stock. The company is, I guess, a good company. The shareholders will get wiped out because of their good company's terrible stock performance. But it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with naked short selling and unsettled trades. That's it. And I thought that was very interesting. I thought about it yesterday, how these guys are just, just looting these companies. William, I also put up this morning, I'm just looking at it now, I see it turning up again. On GBUX, I also included that with the buy the dip, sell the rip franchise now. They marked it down to $1.75 on very low volume. And all of a sudden, it's starting to turn back up. There's bids there. It's 188, 189 to 190. Again, it's not that big swing that you want yet, but you can see whenever it starts to dip now, it has a support and there's people coming in buying it. Or the shorts trying to cover. Based on yesterday's volume, I put it up. We heard the number was 300,000 shares short. Yesterday, it traded almost 60,000, so we'll say 30 was naked shorted. So we're up to 330,000 shares to cover. And the stock trades 10,000 shares a day. It's going to take a long time to cover the stock when they start panicking. And the stock briefly made a new high yesterday at 220 something, at 228. And it's pulled back on, it touched that on very low volume. And it's here, and it's trading below 2. And it doesn't look like the short has any juice left. He's trying to hold it down, but I think he's just trying to get people to sell. And I don't see anything. I've been watching it all day. So it is interesting that potentially could be your third buy the dip, sell the rip type of stock. Meaning that if this thing just starts taking off, just let me look at it again. If this thing takes off from $1.90, runs to $2.60, if you bought 1,000 at $1.90, you sell 700 at $2.60. You make yourself 70 cents on whatever, how many shares you flip it. If it pulls back to 2.25, you can buy it back again. Sells it, runs to 3, you sell it again. And this is a way you can hold on to a position and yet profit from them every day and lower your cost. That's what the game is about. I hope I made that clear. Is that clear enough, William?
Yeah.
Again, you can find stocks that do this like, any stocks, whether it's GDC or, what was that stock yesterday? When there was a stock, Fubo TV, FOBO, I think it was.
On December.
Fubo, FUBO. If you guys want to see a stock trading, go look at FUBO. This could be another buy the dip, sell the rip. It went to 645. It traded 1 billion shares the other day. It's traded 342 million today. The thing is all over the place. I don't know anything about it. I'm just looking at the stock. That's all I'm bringing it to your attention.
GME is moving. I don't know if it is it? Is that
GME,
is that
I
a buy
said to
the
buy
dip?
the dip. I said buy the dip, sell it when it goes green. It's green. Take it easy. It broke 32, went to 31.71. That's where you're supposed to buy it, down there. When it runs back up like this, you're supposed to sell it. If you believe GameStop is the future and it's going to squeeze and it's going to do everything you ever wanted in life, turn around, take your profit, buy the 40 calls, and don't worry about it. That's the way to do it. You're using their profits to play. Trade the stock, make some cash, use that profit if you want to still stay long and buy calls. That's a program that works. And if the stock continues, you kill them twice. If it doesn't work, you're using your profits and you're not your money. You got your money off the table. That's the most important thing, is your money's always off the table. DJT is hanging down $1. So if you pay $35.20 for it, the worst you could do is later on you break even if you want to bail out, if you don't want to go home with it. Or I think later in the day, I think it will rally, in which case you can make something out of it. But there's plenty of stocks like that. But again, I stay away from the dangerous ones like Tesla. You could have bought Tesla down 15. It's down 15. I'm going to catch the bounce. Oh, now it's down almost 18. Now what do you say? You don't know if it's going to go down 30 or go back up 20. You don't know. So those are dangerous to play. You could play them. Good luck. You're rolling the dice. Anything else, William?
Do you think I'm normal and in my right mind?
No, I think we call you Abby Normal. That's what we call you. That's what we call you, William. Well, what kind of stupid question was that?
Some guy is asking the
But listen,
audience.
anybody who's on the phone who thinks William's not doing well and that we're both retarded, please hang up. Go do something. Go watch Roaring Kitty. Go look at his pictures and go get some education there. Get out of here. We're here to help you. If you don't want to listen to us talk, give you our opinions, then get lost. I'm tired of the negative bullshit. Get lost.
So
I'm doing this 25 years. Get out of here.
Mr. Tang is, he just said he owns one share of Fubo at 153. He was going to add to it, but he's afraid to chase it.
Listen, but that's great. You're at least learning how they operate, how they move. So you got one share, you could sell it, you could buy it back. What's the difference? Even though you're not going to make a lot of money, at least learn how to trade
I
it.
think it's great. That's why I'm smiling.
Yeah,
that's how you learn. Great. You learn more buying something, and pros do it too. Why'd you buy that stock? I don't know. And once they own it, they start studying it.
You learn the patterns from it. So you got one share of Fubo. I don't know anything about it. I just know it was up big. That's all I know. And if you did own it, you sell it at $5.60. If it pulls back to $4.99, you buy it back. You say, I learned the pattern of it using one share. And meanwhile, every time you do sell it and you buy it back lower, you're putting some profit in your pocket. It's not $1 billion, but just imagine it was 5,000 shares you were doing it. You might as well learn with one share than with 5,000 shares, correct?
Yeah.
And that's how you learn. Listen, if you want to do this for a living, you have to educate. You just don't come out here and it's like going to play dice in the casinos. I used to play craps. I had to learn from somebody. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. The game was moving so fast, I didn't have no idea how they figure out whose money's on the table. But after you sit there a while, you can see everybody spotting. They mark your money. That you know everything what's going on. It just takes time. But that's a great way. Play one share. That's it. You know, like I follow in this GBUX. I got it. You don't want to buy it. It's a thin stock. It's moved. You buy one share, and you get to see it. It costs you $2, $1.90, whatever it was, $1.90, and you get the feel for it. I've been saying that about Finger for 2 years. You don't have to own it. One share. At least your kids and your nephew or your grandchild, somebody would understand it. You can talk about it and talk about the stock market about it. When it does go, you can have something to understand and learn what you've done.
Do you know the name of the law firm Finger Motion uses? Richards.
I think it was Dewey, Cheatham and Howe.
Now
I
it's
don't
Richards.
know.
It's Richards, Leighton, and Finger.
Is it really?
Yeah.
There's a guy named Finger?
There's a guy named Finger.
That's a good one. No, I have no idea.
A lawyer named Finger.
But the answer is,
There's my suspicion is from trying to read this, and I didn't want to read more. I don't want to offend Chris because his time is valuable. But from trying to scan this prospectus, which Chris, you can find online, so can you, Matt, of the Roth offering, it seems to have something to do with this offshore accounting firm isn't qualified enough to report on a U.S. firm raising U.S. money. I know I'm using the wrong words, but they need to get a company that is approved in the United States, an auditor. That's what I'm reading. There's several paragraphs here I could read to you, but I don't want to waste Chris' time or Matt's. But it's here. So I think it's a normal process. I think it's
if you want to read up on the gory details, everything's filed. Just go read it. I don't really give a damn. I follow the CEO, what he says. The CEO puts it in writing. He does what he has to do, and that's what I look at.
Yeah. So Fubo is the Netflix of soccer, cricket. So it must be very famous in India and Australia. Actually, I think I've used it for tennis, actually, to watch Djokovic. Look, the next thing coming up for Finger should be January 15th. Should be on or around that. They should announce the third quarter earnings. That's when it's due. End of November plus 45 days is January 15th. That's next week. So you'll get some news.
Listen, I look at it this way. Roth Capital had to do their due diligence on the company. If they said to him, what about this audit firm where he's doing the audit? When will it be complete? They said mid-December. He probably told them the same thing. Why is it delayed? We asked them, they get a letter, they probably speak with them and said, okay, that's okay. It's going to be done. Yes. All right. Roth tells its clients they're in the middle of an audit. Not that I don't think they cared. And they said, okay, great. We'll give you the money. And they paid $1.50 for the stock. Roth is liable to its clients if Finger Motion doesn't get an audit because then they're not in compliance. So Roth would never let them take the risk of losing $5 million over a company saying they don't have an auditor.
Would you buy ZJYL here?
Like I said, my friend just paid $1.05 for it for the day. He thought it bottomed out there, and they push. The manipulation in the stock is so crazy what they're doing. I couldn't keep up on it. I don't own any. I do find it interesting. I told you that they did a 20-for-1 forward stock split, the only one to do that. So we know the short's in here. We know it's 20 times bigger. Why are the people that are, behind this thing fighting the shorts haven't attacked them? I'm not sure if that was them last week when it went to 250. I have no idea. But I think that I'd rather wait to see a sign from the gods to buy that one. Because it looks like they give you a sign from the gods, like in GDC. When it went to, I followed that. It went down. It went back up to $1.20. It knocked it down. I said if it went to 120, it would go. It went to 120, and it took off. So I think we'll see some sort of sign like that in that stock also. So I would wait, monitor it, put on your scanner that if it breaks $1 on, volume, pay attention to it then. Because it's 87 cents. I mean, you're 10 cents away. If you think you're going to catch a bottom in it, you buy it now. If you want to wait and pay 10 cents higher to be more safe about it, then you wait till then.
David is surprised Trump didn't say anything about the shorts today.
David, get in line. Although you can look at, I posted this morning, William, when I get up in the morning, I get up fired up. Cash Patel is 44 years old. Naked Shorting is 37 years old. He was what, 8 years old? 7 years old?
He's the one that started it all? Wow.
I'm just saying that he was 7 years old. How much longer will it continue, I said? They're going to take from your kids and your grandkids unless you stop it. Pam Bondi's 52. She's a little older. And the same thing, take away 37 years. What is she, 27? Now she's in a position where she can actually shut down this fraud. 37 years, and no one stopped it. All the SEC commissioners that turned a blind eye. Even Harvey Pitt, who was on our side. You know what? For some reason, I think he was blocked. He did speak about it a lot, but he never really did anything. SEC Chair Chris Cox did that famous video calling it manipulation, manipulative naked short selling, which is, security fraud. He put in Reg Show. Reg Show was circumvented by everyone. Gary Gensler put in the new rule that they're going to have to report their short position, but we know these guys will just open more LLCs and put trades in many different accounts so they don't have to report it. So they make believe they're doing things to help us out, but they just keep changing the rules to protect themselves. That's what they do.
So Patrice wants to know what happened at 10 o'clock for the stocks to turn red. The market started up. I'm looking at my source of information, Yahoo Finance, and NVIDIA's CEO, whatever he said, made the stock go down. The Treasury auction is the highest yield in 15 years, so that's bad for bonds. I would guess those two things might have done it.
I think it's NVIDIA. I have a shareholder that I'm going to try to get it out to everybody where he believes that Dell is going to be one of like a NVIDIA stock of the future.
Really?
Yeah, people can look into it. I think they make the stuff that connects things from their chips to the whatever. I have the information. I'll try to get it up here. I'm trying to understand it. But the technology guy believes that Dell is going to be a big winner. If you keep an eye on it, look at it, DELL. It's down today, probably because in the video, but keep an eye on it. And I'll try to get that information to you, William, one day so you can take a look at it.
Yeah, NVIDIA's down $8, which isn't a lot, right? That's about 5%, it says here.
Well, think about it. They split the stock. People don't think about it. If you owned it before, that split, you're down a lot.
Right. It's the same percentage, but NASDAQ slide as traders pair rate cut bets. Trump's calling for lower interest rates, though.
I'm looking for that story on Dell. I'm going to get it to you. Hold on a second. Sorry, give me 1 second. I sent it to someone else by accident. This way you could look at it. You know, you could, maybe you figure it out. I can't figure it out. Not that smart, William.
If I say, no, you are, I might be, there's no way to win in response to that comment.
Because why I like Dell.
Why I like Dell, the farmer in the Dell.
I just texted it to you. If you want to read it, there's nobody's name in here, so you can basically read it. He'll tell you why he likes Dell and whatever the reasons are.
So Steve wants me to call the company, and somebody else wants me to speak. Somebody else too. I can't find it. Oh, Michael wants to know if Martin is still not able to comment on anything. I can reach out, but look, guys, the 15th, next Wednesday, earnings. Unless Matt is right and there's no audit, the earnings should be out on the 45th day or sooner from the end of the fourth quarter. That's January 15th. So
again, Roth Capital would never give anybody $5 million if a company's not compliant or is unaudited. There's not a chance, because then they are liable to their clients. If they lose money, they're liable to them. So whatever's going on, I'm sure they're in compliant and working to get it done. Not based on anything I know, based on Roth Capital. Roth Capital gave $5 million. So if you were Roth Capital and you took your client's money and gave it to a company and the company went to zero because they're not compliant or they got kicked off, Roth Capital will get sued. So that's how I base it.
But yes, I will try to reach out to him. I personally think he's not going to want to talk until after earnings. And I think Roth Capital still has their job ahead of themselves to support the stock.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to guess that Roth Capital is going to tell them to not speak until they get that done. But maybe we can find out.
William, again, I hope you do get to them, but these companies have quiet periods. They can't say. Their lawyers shut them down. You guys don't realize the lawyers control these companies, because the CEOs they're all afraid of their shadows. That's what happens.
Couple of non sequiturs here. Yeah, I'm going to skip that. Why don't you just get Martin Shen on here to tell us whether or not there is an audit? There is an audit. He told you there's an audit. It's in the interview. There's an audit.
I got my friend. His name is Tony Shen. We could call him Martin Shen. He'll make believe he's the CEO if you want to hear him.
In the interview, Martin said there's an audit.
I don't
Matt is saying there's no audit. I don't know where Matt's getting his information. He disappeared. But,
yeah, well, listen. There's a lot of negative people banging around, screaming that I'm tied to the short sellers. I'm the worst. I'm the worst pumper in creation. Everything I talk about goes straight down, right? I'm awful at it. So why would I, these guys they're in trouble. These guys are all in trouble. I would do the same thing. We would all do the same thing. I go out there and you could write on Twitter, you could say whatever you like. Ham's a bullshitter, this guy, that, this one, John Bird is no good. Everybody's no good. Not that the SEC and all the rules are all slanted towards the crooks. This is what they're trying to do because their livelihood's going out the window. These people cannot make money. They know zero about the stock market. They know how to hit a sell button and they know how to move money around offshore. That's what they're experts on. That's it. When you walk into Jeff Easton's office, he walks in, the first thing he says to you, you want to borrow money? Let me see, how many shares does your stock trade? They don't ask you what you do. They could kill us. Oh, you trade 300,000 a day? He's calculating stock is 2, we'll give you 10 million, and they start whacking your stock immediately. That's it. That's the whole game.
This is an interesting point. Bill Miko is saying that a friend of his made $250,000 in 1 week on the GETY and SSTK merger. He doesn't play for the hopes of short squeezes. I don't know how he knew about that merger. Did he have inside information or he just got lucky? He bought the stock and then 1 week later they merged. That sounds like he got information from somewhere, and that is illegal. But good on him. Good on him. He made $250,000.
Take the money. Listen, don't tell anybody what your friend made. There's no reason to tell that, because then the SEC is going to come after your friend. It's because he bought options, and he got, he picked Shutterstock, whatever the other one was. I don't know what he did. But just keep your mouth closed and be happy your friend made money. That's all.
He is. He says he's happy for him.
Good. That's all. Just don't talk about it.
And Bill brings up a point. You don't have to chase short squeezes. That's what people wanted to do, but you don't have to. You don't have to. I think personally, I've said it many, many times. I think Finger at $1.50 can double, maybe triple, just on the news that's coming over the next 2 or 3 quarters. And that used to be fantastic. To get 100% in 6 months used to be unbelievable, at least on my side of the fence. I know.
Well, listen, William, I'm not here for stock to I'm not here. I didn't waste time. The stock was 10. The stock was 7. I'm not standing here for a stock to go from $1.50 to $4. I'm not here for that. I'm not wasting my time. I would hang up the phone in a second. Okay. Now I understand that the fundamentals will put a floor on the stock. I agree on that. Okay, that's what takes the risk out of the stock, that the company has fundamentals. I agree on that. But I'm not here for that. I'm here for a short squeeze. Short squeeze gives you returns that are off the charts. Okay, there is risk. We know that. We've seen the stock drift down. The risk is that there's criminals here running the show, and they got to be shut down. I believe Trump will shut them down. I think that Kash Patel, I think Pam Bondi, I think Devin Nunes, they're going to make this happen for everybody. They can't just make it happen for DJT. They have to make it for all stocks. All right. So that's what I'm basing my whole thing on. If it all fails and nobody does anything, the U.S. equity markets, I would advise everyone, is my opinion, go out there and do whatever the fuck you want. Buy puts, call the CEO, he's with prostitutes, he's this. You can say whatever you like. You heard, you this. You can say whatever you like. The stocks will all slide down, and you could make money like Andrew Left or Hindenburg. You can do the same thing. There you go. Because no one seems to care at that point then what you do, right? Your First Amendment right. You can say whatever you like. Join the bashes. Just whatever the bashes are writing, you start picking up and join them. That's what I would tell you to do. Because there has to be some rules. If there's no rules, then you might as well, if you can't beat them, you might as well join them. But I believe that the good guys are going to make it happen. Companies are going to survive. And I think that the game is going to change and it'll be a fair market. And these criminals are going to go to jail. I think Ken Griffin's going to get slapped around. I think the guy from Virtue is going to zero. I think there's plenty of hedge funds that are going to get locked up. And I think we're going to be for a good time. That's what I see going on. But I'm not law enforcement. I can't make it happen. I've been doing this 25 years, and where we started and to where I am today, it's a different game. buying the dip, sell the rip is a trading pattern that I will be doing myself to make a living from doing this stuff. So I've been teaching you how to do it. Or you can just go get inside information like the guy in Shutterstock, whatever that was, and get your inside information. Hopefully no one catches you and you make nice money. You make $250,000.
Wow, Travis just made 3/4 of a point in GME in 2 hours.
There you go.
Pretty nice. So if you had 100 shares, you made $75. If you had 1,000, you made $750.
Whatever it is, you're learning how to buy the dip and sell the rip. There's no news. There's nothing. The stock is just trading numbers, and that's what you did. You learned how to do it. Congratulations. There you go. You can go home. You don't have to worry what the CEO says, what Roaring Kitty has to say. There's a trading pattern. Finger motion, unfortunately, is not giving us that trading pattern yet because it's not doing anything.
You know, there's a lot of people day trading finger. Here's another guy. I'm not going to read it out, but there's probably 4 guys here trying to make people. I'm not going to read them out. It's not worth it.
Day trading finger
or short finger.
Oh, let them short. Yeah, they're probably shorting it. But they're day traders.
I don't know. They're so displeased with everything. I don't know why they bother.
Listen, anyone who's displeased, who is saying something about finger motion, all right, the company raised the money at $1.50. We're all not happy about it. The stock is down here because of manipulation. I told you before, someone puts $5 million up at $1.50. That is the floor in the stock. That is the Wall Street way. We were all taught that. For any idiot that is sitting here shorting a stock down here, you're out of your mind and you're an idiot. Okay, because that is not the right. You're risking so much to make so little. You're out of your mind. What are you shorting it at 122, trying to buy it back at 119? Go do something else. You're wasting your time. If you're working at a day trading firm that allows you to make a short and you're doing this, you're out of your mind. Those are more people. Don't listen to those people. They're morons. And if you don't believe me, I'll go put up the E-Trade guy who was short some stock. E-Trade bought him in. He lost $125,000 on a $2 stock. And he got bought in. So that just tells you don't play down here. That's ridiculous. There's no money to be made. And the company just raised $5 million. The only reason it's down here is manipulation by Jeff Easton and his buddies. That's it.
Well,
and they're going to be carried out.
These guys are doing it too. So are you going to go to Rocky Top?
Oh, I would love to go to Rocky Top. I'm going to put a picture of I got a funny story to tell that gentleman, the guy from Tennessee. I was going to the Florida State Tennessee championship game in 1999. I think it was 1999. I was walking out the door.
How old was Kash Patel in 1999?
Oh, he's 44 now. Take away 25, 26 years, right? He was in college, I guess, back then. I don't know. But I was walking out the door, and I remember. I just was walking out the door, I guess, and my father-in-law passed away as I walked out the door. Just getting in my car, ready to go to JFK, and I got shut down. I had to stay. I was like, "Oh my God, he couldn't hang on 10 more minutes."
Just 50 more minutes, and you would have been in the
50
plane.
More. 7 more minutes. I was gone. And I had my ticket. I still have it. I'll take a picture of it. I have the championship ticket, and it was in Arizona, I believe. Yeah, I still have the ticket from that game. Because at that time there was no electronic transfer of tickets. I had the physical ticket in my hand.
I think.
But the guy from Rocky Top, I just want to let him know that Florida State is taking all their players. They got the wide receiver and the defensive end. They were stealing all your players. Thank you.
Last year they reported on the 16th. It looks like January 16th, but that might have been, I guess, a Monday. I don't know. I have to look it up.
All right.
I don't know. what it was. Yeah, it was, no, it was a Tuesday. Anyway, so maybe it's the 16th. Who knows?
Mhm.
He wants you to see the volunteers.
No, I would love to go there. I love it.
Is that where that guy Jameson?
No. Leave
What
my
is
guy
a
out.
volunteer? Is that football or basketball or?
He's what you call? He's a volunteer fireman. No, it's in Tennessee. They call themselves the Volunteers.
I know, but which sport are you going to?
Football. No, it's a great event. I've been to Michigan. I've been to Notre Dame. I've never been to Texas. I've been to USC, UCLA. I'll date myself. I went to a doubleheader. I actually did see Tennessee play against UCLA with Peyton Manning quarterback at the Rose Bowl in the morning. At night, I watched Florida State against USC at night. So I went to a doubleheader that day. But I sat behind the Tennessee bench in the Rose Bowl. Yes, I did.
All right, I didn't hear you do this, but Kyle says, "Yeah, William, at least Ham called out your ridiculousness for being hopeful that Finger goes to $4 when the rest of us want to squeeze."
Well, no, listen, William is just giving you his opinion about a stock and its fundamentals. That's all he's telling you about. And which I agree that's what I'm not nervous about it at all, is because I believe that there's fundamentals that will make this stock go up anyway. Okay. And sometimes stock trades, they go up slowly and they just grind higher, like a MLSS. It's got great news and the stock can't seem to grind its way higher yet. I anticipate that it will. Okay. And that is not a short squeeze stock. It's a fundamental stock. I never even heard of it in the short squeeze circle. All right. So that's what I think William is talking about. I'm not wasting my time on a stock that's going from here to there, because I could have made here to there. I could have made $3 today trading DJT, flipping GME, and probably would have found 4 other names that I could have probably traded to make myself 50 cents on 4 stocks. That would have been $2 right there. $2 a day gives me $10 a week. I don't need to, I'm here for a reason. I'm here for a home run swing. All right. And I documented it. I called the police every goddamn day. So for all the people that sit here and talk bullshit, go call a cop. Go see a cop. I went to the FBI. I spoke with the Secret Service. I met with Dan Bongino. I did it all. All right. I went everywhere you can. I spoke with everyone. And now you got the President of the United States, Devin Nunes, Cash Patel, Pam Bondi, blah, 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 blah. Everyone's on our side now. Never before have I seen that. And I've been doing it a long time. Jeff Easton and these characters all need to be locked up. And yes, I believe that the Kramers and the guy from Alpine, they're going to go down too. They're not getting away with this either. So I think you're going to see people starting to get locked up in this arena. Once one gets locked up, you watch how fast they all start tumbling. Fubu, for the gentleman that owned the 1 share at $1, it just took off from nowhere, went to $6 or $7 overnight. Now, I don't know the story on it, what the hell happened, but stocks take off in a second. We just don't know. I just don't know the second. I tried to time it once myself, and I lost money in options. You just don't know. Unless you have inside information like the guy from Shutterstock, whoever the hell that was.
Yeah. Red Hook wants to know, nicely, he wants to know, when does Trump start going after the naked shorts?
Believe me, I can't believe he hasn't. I'm just scooting around here, and it looks like GBUX is short is trying to come down on it now, trying to hold it down. I know a few people were buying a few shares, and they seem to have been filled about 180 something, and now the shorts. What the shorts normally do, they drop all the bids, and then they start offering and moving it lower. You can tell that's a short. But
They
we'll see
move
if it
the
turns.
offer lower?
Yeah, no, they offer stays there. They drop the bids.
Right.
Is what they do. They drop the bids. Like, oh, there's no buyers anymore. Look at it. Hurry up, run. Everybody runs. That's a classic pattern. That's a classic pattern, what they do.
What's amazing to me is how clever they are. They're able to pick out all these bad companies.
What's amazing is that they sell stock, never deliver it. Why don't they let us buy stock
Without cash.
without cash, right? Remember, William, you used to be able to buy stock and tell you to send the money in, right?
Yeah, that used to happen.
What happened? Does that happen anymore?
No, you're not allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to do that. They're concerned that you're not going to pay for it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. How interesting is that? But these guys can do whatever they like.
Wow.
What else we got, William? Come on, let's wake up this crowd.
I don't have much. Terry's saying there's a fire in Southern California. Fubo is getting merged with Disney.
There you go.
That's probably why it's having a run.
There you go. So all the people that own Fubo, everybody was sitting there probably waiting for years. When's Disney going to merge? Someone should buy them, right? How long is that story? I don't even know anything about it, but I'm sure that story has been around a long time and finally happened. And, there you go. I'm sure the naked short in that stock was thrilled. I don't know if Disney's paying cash for it, the naked shorts in that stock are thrilled. And I don't remember, I'm just going to shoot it from the top of my head, but I think I do remember the stock being a $30 stock. I'm not sure, $30 or $40 stock. Does anyone know that? Is that true? I'm just trying to think.
I don't remember.
Did anyone comment on that?
I don't know. Yeah, they will maybe.
But I think I remember years ago that was a big price stock, $30, $40 years ago. So if they naked shorted it down from 40 down to $1 and it gets taken over at 10, the shorts is still plus 30, right?
Peter, Paul, and Mary's Peter died.
Unfortunate that
that you even
That's
know
right.
who it is. Most of these people don't know who he is.
But anyway, I just wanted to let people know, hey, listen, if you can't handle this is a tough game. We're fighting criminals and the police are not doing anything about it. We are not the police. We're doing everything in our power to expose the criminals. Everything we're trying. Every day. And it is being exposed because all you have to do is go to Twitter. GameStop people screaming, AMC people, MMTL people. There's people screaming every day. And when I first started, the only people that were posting were all the bad guys. There were 10 of us versus thousands of the criminals. And it was all done on the Raging Bull. That used to be the home of the crooks. And they were robbing everybody back then. And every time we made statements and fought back, they come at you like a pack of wolves. But that crowd has thinned out a lot. The only people that are left of posting are real desperados, probably getting paid, and they're probably offshore in some hut, like Pat Byrne used to say, in the middle of nowhere, posting, nonsense. Anything else, William?
Do you think there'll ever be any revenge for what happened to MMAT?
You know what? I'm not up to speed on MMAT. I know they had a debt spiral on it. I don't know. I couldn't answer it. I couldn't answer it. Getting into the gory details of every stock is not what I really do. I follow the gory details on a few stocks. I don't follow them all.
Well, I can tell the audience here didn't want me to get into any details. Chris was like, you're wasting everyone's time. I guess you don't want information. Just make
But listen,
judgments that the
information-
audit's
listen.
not happening. So don't read it in the prospectus. Prospectuses or prospecti are dense and boring, but hey, just make assumptions. That's how you make an ass out of you and
Right. The information is readily available. I do not dig through those gory details. I listen, to me, I watched the CEO speak with William and he answered every question I want. It's not every answer I wanted. I wanted him to fight. I didn't want to hear about an audit. I want to hear about the special dividend. But unfortunately, I have to wait. I didn't know about the money raise. Unfortunately, it happened. It's over with. The company's got the cash and the company is better for it right now. So I don't look at it as a negative. I look at it as a short-term setback, but I'm looking for the future. And I think the company has a bright future. That's why I look at it. On top of the bright future, if the law enforcement does anything, our future is really bright.
So do you think 25 years is short term or long term?
So I'm sick of what's going on here.
I'm just giving you a hard time. Do you
Nah,
think
don't bother
shorts
me.
will get banned like here in the United States, like it is in other
Listen,
countries?
I just told you, if they don't do something, you must all figure out a way to become an LLC, offshore, go to the Caymans, and just tell them you want to make it short. And I'm telling you, if you can't beat them, join them. What else can I say? We've tried everything. I'm not here to tell you to break the laws, but if there is no laws, why not just go get what you want, steal what you want?
All right.
Right? I don't know. What am I
I
supposed to
guess
say?
you can answer this. See, everyone, that's my problem with him. That's me. William seems content with finger going to 4 and sugarcoating it like we should be grateful. Never ending. Many of us originally got in above 4 with talk of 100.
Well, listen, my friend paid 10. So whoever said they paid the highest, they didn't. My friend paid 10, and they put $5 million with Figure Motion 2.5 years ago at $10. So they're here for the home run swing. So I understand that you're all unhappy with it. I have family, friends that own it. We don't own it here. We own it higher also. Okay. So we're all sitting here waiting. It's unfortunate that you have to sit here and try to pick on William because he gave you his opinion on a company's fundamentals and he believes it's going to move up on that.
I don't
All right.
I don't know why Kyle.
Let me finish, William.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
finish. There's no reason to insult him because he gave you an opinion based on fundamentals that he believes the stock is going to trend higher, not to the numbers that we all want to see. Okay. I'm not in his camp, but I am in his camp that the stock fundamentally is strong enough to go higher. Okay, that's what I believe, and for that I thank William. You know what? If the worst comes to worst and the stock goes to $8 and no one's ever going to do anything, or $10, you know what? At that point, I got to sit there and say, you know what? I don't see the end of this road. They're never going to let the stock squeeze. The government's not doing anything. The company's fundamentals are strong enough to value a $10 stock. You know what? Maybe it's time to move on. What am I supposed to do? Do this till I'm dead? So I'm doing everything in our power to force the issue as fast as I can. Unfortunately, I don't control any of this stuff that's going on. You got the president of the United States. We all voted for him. Most of us have. He said he's going to make change. I don't understand it. He stepped out. He changed the whole crypto market with 2 minutes. He changed the whole thing. He made people multimillionaires in 2 minutes. And he's leaving the equity market, us all, to die out here on the vine, including himself. I don't believe that's going to happen. I know for a fact, after speaking to a gentleman in his camp, they understand the Robin Hood trade. Take from the rich and give to the poor. 100% they understand that.
Am said Trump would go after the shorts. So that's a guarantee. I don't think he guaranteed it, but come on,
Yeah,
guys.
I guarantee that. Trump was at my house last night while I was cleaning the toilet bowl. He was talking to me, and he says, "We guarantee it."
Do you know how draining it is to go through just this? It's not only negative.
Is
A
that-
lot of it
is
is
that
stupid.
Is that a child we're talking to?
That, I
Who are
mean,
we
that's
talking to?
just. I mean, he's anyway. Whatever.
I guarantee it. Trump guaranteed it to me. He was like Joe Namath. He guarantees he was going to beat the Colts. Get out of here. I don't know how he's not doing it.
Never put all your eggs in one basket. There's a joke
I have all
about
my
that.
listen. I have all my eggs in one basket. Unfortunately, I do.
Well, there's
That's it. There's nothing I can say.
James
I'm
Wood has to evacuate his home. Maybe they're going after him because he's a Trump supporter. There's fires in Southern California. That's terrible.
Right.
Somebody was asking up there about he didn't have enough money. Sometimes you do when you're starting out. Unfortunately, at least that's the way I think. You have to put your money in one bet, but that's not the safest way to do it.
William, MLSS is trading at $1.03.
You've got a wiener. I think you have to wait.
I'm grinding my way. I'm grinding to financial freedom.
I think you have to wait because you wrote it down twice.
I'm 100% waiting. I'm not panicking. I'm not happy, but I'm not panicking.
Because maybe now it moves.
No, it's going to move the minute I sell it, William.
Once it gets through about $1.10, you're home free.
$1.10, it'd be like an eternity.
Well, sentiment can change on a dime. If it
That's
gets
how
through
it
$1.10, it'll go to $1.25. But then it gets through that, it could go to $3.
And, if I have the stock on the slow boat to China is what I have.
Then it could go to
Yeah, listen, I know smart people I know people that have been buying it. They're good long-term players. They're smart
That's
people.
the one with the epidural.
Yes, I'm just tailing along with my friend told me.
They must have a really bad product and a bad business plan.
Yeah,
Epidurals. Who wants their wife to have an epidural when they give birth? These companies, why do they keep coming up with these terrible plans? Right. You gotta destroy them. I mean, what a job Jeff Easton's doing for the world, saving us from these technologies and these CEOs. My gosh. But then Philip Vallier comes in and says, we're terribly excited to be working with KNW at this time in their growth. And
this is the funniest part about everything you just said. All these guys that are so-called financial wizards about investing, all invest in companies that get killed. All of them. How is it possible that they're still in business? There's your answer right there. How is it possible that these people are still playing the game?
I don't know. This guy's saying, Richard's saying that it might be the biggest audience for the inaugural in history. I've been debating that, whether I'll go there. I'm not sure. I went to two of the rallies for Trump, whatever, in the Capitol. You remember him. I sent you videos. Yeah. And then that last day, that January 6th, I decided not to go because I saw the Antifa behind the ropes with the DC police as I was walking. My dog used to be able to walk down there, days before. And I said, man, this looks like a setup, because Antifa was being protected by the police. I said, this doesn't look safe. So I didn't go. Thank God I didn't go on January 6th. You
No,
might have
you're
been
right.
deprived of all my drivel.
Listen, people, if you don't enjoy William, me and William will just talk to each other. We don't really, it's nice that you're listening, and I hope you're learning something. Each day, I'm not, I can talk about 50 stocks, but I'm trying to, some people yell at me, stay focused. Some people yell at me, don't talk about other stocks. But when the stocks we have aren't doing anything, what are we supposed to talk about? We need law enforcement, and we need the company to pick up their pants and do what they have to do. The company has picked up their pants. They have a new auditor. They have money in the bank, and now they need to close it out, do what they have to do.
With the banks owning everything, I'm
Listen,
glad to
everyone, listen, William, people post every day, these big banks that have failure to deliver, security sold yet not purchased, billions and billions of dollars every day. No wonder these guys take these lumps and keep going. It's unbelievable. They just keep printing money.
No, you don't want to. I'll come back.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to therapy, and as far as I see, nothing has changed. We're waiting for finger motion.
No, Ham, you're wrong. He said 1 to 2 years ago, repeatedly, that finger could go to hundreds over and over and over again.
We all do that. Listen,
it's interesting that you put could. For me, I said in a squeeze, this is what could happen. There's no question.
Listen, William. Listen, everyone's entitled.
No one learns.
You can mark it down.
And also, Kyle, there was a squeeze going on in finger, and it was busted by the criminals. My opinion, with 3 guys, COSM, better sell, get out, move over, whatever. Just but facts don't matter in situations.
Listen, William, listen. I'm telling you,
I lost a lot of money in it, trading it. So you know what? I hear you. I hear the pain, but I'm not bitching and moaning to Ham or bitching and moaning to the world. I'm not going on Ace's calls and saying, "Oh, I mean,
listen, William, stop.
I have no idea where any stock is going, for sure. These are all speculative stocks. If you want certainty,
William, these stocks are all based on security.
I don't know where you can find certainty on this planet. I really don't. In any area of your life, I don't know where you can find certainty.
Listen.
I'm about to ban this guy, but he's apparently a good guy.
They're all based on security fraud. If that gentleman has a beef and he's upset, which I gather we all are, please stop calling us up. Go to the SEC, go in there and demand that you get the fails to deliver. If they come back and tell you it's 230 million, then the stock's going to 2,000, just like I said. All right? If there's no fails to deliver, then we're complete morons, and that we're completely wrong, and naked short selling doesn't exist. And guess what? Finger Motion is in position to actually become a real good company by itself without a short squeeze. It may not get to 2,000, but it'll go back up, and you'll probably break even, and that'll be a good thing for you, because then you can move on. All right? It's not a company that doesn't have anything. It's not a company that's under control of the shorts anymore. All right? The shorts don't control this stock anymore. They did for a little period, but we got rid of them.
If
What?
Trump were to comment,
forget
the
it.
crooks in Washington would call foul because he owns DJT, but Nancy Pelosi can get inside info and trade without
That's 100%. That's why he needs to speak now. I don't understand it. I've been saying he had to speak before. No matter what he says, it's going to help us no matter what. He has to speak. So that's what we're waiting for. Anyway, listen, everyone, I'm going to physical therapy. I got to be there at 3:30, and I'll speak to you tomorrow. William,
right.
please don't sit here and fight with these people.
I'm not going to fight with anybody.
There are bashes all over the place. They're
I'm not
doubting
fighting with
Thomas's.
anybody.
The proof of naked short selling is all over the planet. Okay? We've been highlighting the crime for a long time. We cannot enforce the crime, the penalties. The criminals like Jeff Easton are sitting here laughing in our face. If you are unhappy, go to Madison Avenue, go talk to Jeff Easton. Go talk to him. Go do whatever you like. We're not doing that. We're not police officers, and we cannot do that. But they're criminals. They're right there. Anyway, William, have a great day and relax. Go do your stuff. I know you got stuff to do with your house and your pet, so don't get aggravated and move along. All right, everyone. I'll speak to you later.
All right. Cheers.
Call ended.
Look, let me just touch on this for John Connor's father. I said it could in a squeeze for Finger. Finger never squeezed, but Finger did go to 17 at one point from 20 cents. That's probably before you got involved. And then Finger went from, I don't know, 60, 70 cents to $9. There was pressure, and I don't want to go back through it. It's just like, it's too repetitive. But it looked like it was squeezing. And in the span, I believe the criminals all worked together out of New York. They hired Frank Benedetto to promote a stock called COSM. They ensnared the CEO of COSM, and they lured Lou Bravo to get everyone into COSM. It popped the bubble on the squeeze I think was in motion in Finger and GTII at the time. They both were under pressure. But that's my opinion. You can't prove it, but that's what you saw. Now, in the specific case of Finger motion, in 10 days, business days, and I can't find that bloody website anymore. I used to watch it every day, where Finner reports the violation of Reg Show. I watched 100 million shares of Finger motion be sold without being located or delivered in violation of Reg Show. 100 million shares in 10 days. That was after Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo, Gus Fliakos got everyone to pop the bubble, going to a piece of shit company called Cosmo. Now you are going to blame that on me. Okay. Okay, blame it on me. From what Ham said here, I'm going by what Ham said. Ham gave quite a bit of information about an audit being completed, about a potential of a company going in, about March 31 it would be trading. My guess is, and I have no information, and Richard Hoffman no longer speaks to me. He's pissed off that I called lawyers liars or something. But I did call out to each of you that there was 10%, well, 5% and 5%, which when combined could be 10%. There was 5% of one asset and 5% of the shares which could be given to the receiver. So the receiver can make a ton of money while you lose all yours. That was my reaction. Maybe it's unfair, but that was my reaction. And I guess, hey, he's doing such hard work, he deserves it, I guess. That's our system. Not going to change it. But the point I was trying to make, it's not so much against him, that's our system. It's that once it goes legal, everybody wants a piece of the body. Everybody wants a piece of the corpus. But shareholders aren't going to get it. Anyway, my guess is that there may be restrictions on his ability to speak, possibly because he will be involved in the new company, possibly because he'll get shares in the new company or the same company that becomes reborn, possibly because he's being paid somehow. It's conflict of interest rules and disclosure rules. And the legal system has tighter rules even than the financial world. And, this is going to be Richard's payday for coming on to MySpaces and coming on and being a nice guy. But this is the pay pot that covers a lot of the time he's spent. He's not going to risk that. That's my guess. That's my guess. Hey, Jeff Grimm. That's me. I know that I used to talk those high numbers back in the day all the time. And when many people hear that over and over and over again, what do? Buy perhaps? Buy a lot? Well, apparently you don't get upset with Ace. And I don't want to, I like Ace. I'm not saying anything bad, but I think Ace also said high numbers. But let me be clear, Kyle. I don't know who the hell you are. I don't know you from 2 years ago, from 3 years ago. But Kyle, I first heard about finger motion I'd say 5 years ago. Approximately 5 years ago. It might be 6. I don't know. I don't want to be wrong. It might only be, it might be 5 to 6 or 4 to 5. Let's just say around 5 years ago. And I bought some. And then I got going around my business, traveling, meeting clients, whatever. I was big and so important then. And then at the end of 1 year, that year or the next year, the stock went down to like 20 cents. And one of the guy that introduced me to it was like, what the heck is going wrong with this? What the blah, 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 blah. So I bought some more, not knowing anything. It's just the stubborn contrarian in me is like, this doesn't make sense that it's this low. And I don't know, a few months later, the stock ran to 17. I didn't sell. I might have sold, I'm trying to remember, I might have sold 1,000 shares at 15 or 16, something. But it was to buy something else. Might have been to buy GTII. I'd have to go get my records out, because by that time I had been introduced to him, and the GTII story sounded really like a short being trapped. But anyway, I didn't get out of Finger, and sure enough, it sold all the way back down. So if I had just not listened to the short squeeze story and believed that the stock could squeeze, Finger had something like 4 million or 6 million shares short. I think it was 6 million shares short, with a float of 10 million shares, something like that, and 20 million shares outstanding or in the public's hands. And it was a very compelling story. And I remember, Kyle, and if you've listened, I don't believe you've ever listened to me before, but if you listened to me then, and all those times, I would talk about how you get bought in. And my experience was if my client, because I had clients that would sell stock waiting for delivery of those shares. So I experienced it for years. And it used to be, and this is before Wall Street got separated, before they made Goldman Sachs a bank covered by the FDIC, and they separated it out into two parts. But I remember the compliance, and they would come in and they'd buy my accounts in, or in other situations get sold out. I have vivid memories of compliance and what happens to the stock price when that occurs. Obviously not for a small amount, but for a big amount. And what Ham describes made perfect sense to me. And I think it was happening in Finger, because after Finger went to 17, it pulled back, and then it ran again. It went to 9, 10, 9 something range. And then money was given to those three guys and deals made with the CEO of COSM, all in my judgment, but it's obvious. Because that simultaneously, 100 million shares were suddenly sold short. So obviously it was coordinated, circumstantial evidence. And that busted the squeeze in Finger. That was 2 Decembers ago, 2 Novembers ago. And then that next year, Finger was crushed. It was under $1. I did not suggest that anybody pile into it. Probably should have, because to me it looked like a broken stock. But then sort of, I'm trying to remember, March, maybe February, it perked up. And I bought some calls and I told you guys about it. And for the next, and I had stock, for the next, let's say March, April, May, June, July, August range, something like that. The stock was powerful. There was buying, there was momentum, there was money being made in the calls and on the stock. you want me to open? I can open the back door. Let me do that. I'll be right back. Dogs can't really talk to you, but I think he wants to go pee. So anyway, for that sort of 5 or 6 months, I was very positive on Finger. I traded it. I made a little bit of money. And then I don't remember if it was July or August, might have even been September, but I was somewhere in there. On the Friday of option expiration, I was sitting having coffee, looking at my account. A friend of mine said, just sell everything. And I should have listened to her. But I thought, it looks strong. And let me go back. I'll, go live and I'll be watching it. And we'll see what happens. Well, that day, I just got it. I got phone call after phone call from Ham, from friends of Ham's, from people at the truck, from the truck driver, whoever ran the truck driver, from the video company, from the woman that ran the video company, from the guy that did the interview. Oh, where are you? Where are you? You should be here. You've got to get here. Everybody's going to be there waiting. You've got to do the interview. They're there. There's the movie. It's going to be a movie. You got to get it done. They're in DC, and then they're going to Georgia, and then they're going to New York, and you better be there. They're there just to see you. So I quickly came back. I took a shower, put whatever I put on, and took the tube over there. And I actually got there sooner than they did because they were driving around looking for parking. So I sat at the coffee shop where we're supposed to meet. Took a while. Then they set up, and the whole interview process probably took 2 hours. Then we went over to the SEC building where the truck was. That probably took another hour. And then I said, look, you guys haven't had lunch. Let's go over to we went to the Dubliner. We sat outside. I bought them lunch. It was, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 people. I didn't get back to my house until about 4:15, 4:30. Market closed. I got a notice in my account that a number of calls got exercised. I couldn't believe it. The stock closed a penny above the strike price. I don't remember what it was. It was like 70 calls, 80 calls, something like that. And they exercised it. And I had shares of Finger, and I had some other things. And I was trying to transfer some assets in Monday morning, but they liquidated everything. And I don't remember all the exact details. So I lost my Finger shares. And I lost a shitload of money, Kyle. I think I lost $75,000 or $80,000, but I think I'm lying to myself. I remember waking up a week later and adding it up in my head in the middle of the night. I think it was $125,000, $130,000 on Finger. And I lost my stock. It was the worst of all worlds. And I called in to Morgan Stanley and said, why the hell did you exercise there was no bid. I couldn't sell these calls. There was nothing there. Well, sir, it's your responsibility, and we exercised them because they were in the money, and so I didn't ask you to do that. There was no value there. There was no way to sell the call. Why would you exercise the call? Anyway, I lost the argument. So that actually is pretty painful. It kind of shocked me. And it made me really mad that I had gone to do this stupid movie to help. You got to do it. It's the instead of saying, no, it's Friday, the market, options expire. I've got to focus on me, but I didn't do that like an idiot. So, Kyle, I lost a F load of money. And frankly, I lost it because I was trying to do something for everybody. I'm not trying to be a saint. That's just what happened. It was stupid on my part. So that explains some asshole here, and it's on Twitter. That explains why I don't own any Finger. It got sold out. It also tells you, Kyle, that I got hurt by that troika of people who stopped the short squeeze. They were paid off. Maybe they didn't know what they were doing. And then the clients of Jeff Easton sold 100 million shares of Finger Motion down. I got hurt by that too. No short squeeze occurred. So you, like a child, come here and say, hey, you said 2 or 3 years ago this was going to happen, but you leave out material events from the other side that fought that very squeeze. Now, unlike you, I can think for myself. And I can take responsibility for myself, Kyle. And I can learn, Kyle. I can learn. What did I learn when Lou Bravo, Frank Benedetto, and Gus Fliakos caused a panic buying in a piece of shit company called Cosmos? I learned that Wall Street has methods. This group of men have methods to fight back and stop squeezes from occurring, if in fact a squeeze was occurring. And if you notice, Kyle, which you don't, because you're a simpleton, I stopped talking about a short squeeze in Finger. Have you heard me really highlight the potential of a short squeeze in Finger since Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo, Gus Fliakos, and the clients at Easton Partners in New York City sold 100 million shares in less than 2 weeks, or in 2 weeks? They didn't own 100 million shares on a company that only had a float of 10 million shares or so, 14 million, 12 million. Have you heard me? I don't think so. Why? Because it was clear they broke it and they had it under control. They had methods. Now I got excited as the momentum built in with the calls and the stock price, and I thought, maybe there's something rebuilding here. That did happen. After that sort of September, I frankly, Kyle, and of course, you of the puny brain and the puny reasoning ability and of the childish ability to take responsibility yourself and the inability to learn anything. I don't think you were here listening. But after that sort of September range, I didn't emphasize finger at all. Now, what I've done is stand in here. I've had Ham on every single day on finger. I've interviewed, with my own time and money, I've gone to interview the CEO. I still follow finger motion. I think I will buy shares of finger motion if one or two other situations work out, and if finger is at an attractive price. But Kyle, you obviously don't listen to me, but I've expressed, and I'll express today, I feel like finger motion, one, may be under control by the shorts. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to last forever. That doesn't mean that control can't be snapped. That's why these guys come on here. Because there is, they may have 19 out of 20 variables under control. But that 5% of risk, because these guys don't take risk. They cheat. They collude. They break securities laws, and they meet each other. My guess is they meet each other on Saturday, and none of us are invited. And there's no electronic record of what they say. But they, I believe, have finger under control. Now they're scared though. Because if in fact Ham's correct and there's 250 million shares short, and those, and by short I mean undelivered, unlocated, unrequested. And if those shares aren't offshore, with their knowledge of the international banking and wiring and ability to move things outside of regulatory supervision, I don't know how, because I don't know how to do that. But there's risk if they haven't moved it all offshore, and if they can't tamp it down. There is still that potential, Kyle, and I haven't denied that. There is that potential that if the stock price gets up to a higher level and sustainably stays there, those shorts cost money in the pocket. And if it's Stevie Cohen backing these guys, and I don't know that it is, but that's the kind of guy and that's the kind of person that would, hey, we'll give you the documents This is how you do it. We'll give you the lawyer, and don't ever mention our name. Here's a burner phone. You find the CEO. We'll front the money. We'll have you call our clients. They give the money, and then we set about doing the profit. We'll give you some of the people you can add in to help short it down. If you get in trouble, call this attorney, and we've got this judge in our pocket. But please, only use this burner phone once and never call me. I want arm's length distance. That's Stevie Cohen. I'm using him as an example. I don't know that he works with Jeff Easton. It's probably that guy, Anston Funds. So I've been of the view that they broke the finger squeeze. And so what am I supposed to do? Well, 3 years ago, I thought the stock had the potential to squeeze. And now in comes Lou. Oh, he's dead. Don't bring him up. In comes Frank Benedetto. Oh, don't bring him up. He has a family to raise. And in comes Gus Fliakos at COSM. Oh, he had a great company. Don't bring him up. Oh, come on, guys. Come on. It's right there in front of you. So anyway, they get it under control. I'm supposed to say, no, that didn't happen. I got to be like Kyle. That didn't happen. They didn't bust it. They didn't sell 100 million more shares. Not in front of these eyes. That didn't happen. So the squeeze is still on. I submit, Kyle, that's really delusional thinking if I made that mistake. You might have a different opinion. So obviously, over that 6 months, 5 months, 4 months, when the stock gained momentum in the following year, I thought, wow, it could still, this could still happen. And then they busted it again. I don't know. See, in that August time, give or take, I don't know what stopped it. I don't know. There weren't 3 guys that I noticed or I knew of. So I can't tell you who was the suppressor. But my suspicion was that whoever was behind the scenes with the money, let's say a Stevie Cohen-like guy or an Anson Funds-like guy, stopped it. And it didn't keep going up. So that was my second bit of information, Kyle. Obviously not to you, because why would you use evidence? But that's my second bit of information that said this stock seems to be under control, at least for the time being. Then you start looking at the deal they signed with Lynn Partners. And they signed a financing, which I disclosed to you. We read it out, which Finger Motion made so much money. And I give Martin Shen credit for this. They took the money from Lynn Partners and they rolled it in those text messages, SMS, top-up money so successfully, and they got an investor that they had enough money to buy out Lynn Partners out of the toxic convertible note. Well, then they bought them out. but only after 6 or 8 or 9 months, maybe longer, of legal wrangling, because Jeff Easton said, no, we don't want to be bought out. They offered not only the par, but the penalties plus everything. And Jeff Easton said, no. Why? Because there's a short position. It was interesting information, piece of information, but they finally bought it out. But you know what, Kyle, I learned, and you probably didn't, because you don't have a capacity to look at things and learn. I realized it's possible, not everybody agrees with me, but that once the toxic convertible note is in place, and once the 100 million shares I saw on the website get created out of thin air, so it's 106 million counterfeit shares on a stock at the time was like 20 million shares out, 26 million shares outstanding. It's now 57. Ham thinks there's 250 million counterfeit shares. Nobody knows for sure the number, but I saw that in 2 weeks. So then I started thinking about it, and I've discussed it here live, Kyle. You probably weren't here. That's a lot of, that's the term I used is like that commercial, help me, I've fallen and I can't get up. They've sold so much with the protection of the note at maybe more than one broker dealer with the lying lawyers helping check the boxes and give approval, that the risk is essentially gone in most companies. They don't need the note anymore because they've suppressed the price so much. And usually companies have to go back to the pimp, for Jeff Easton, for the money, and they've suppressed the stock so low that the company has to issue more shares at a lower price. So anything good on a per share basis is meaningless. They don't need the protection of the convertible note. So the idea that we bought back the note has very little power and very little meaning in terms of trying to cause a squeeze. And I've talked about that before, but that's what I saw. You didn't, Kyle. You just chose what you believed you heard 2 or 3 years ago, and stick with that. Well, one thing, Kyle, I do not believe in when you're look, there's 2 things that are difficult for human beings, for men: love and money. And I think money is tougher than love, but they're both tough. You can lie to yourself about the girl that you're in love with and the signals she's sending. And if your heart is going pity-pat, you might believe it. But I know as I look back over my life, whenever you do it, it comes to no good end. But time goes by, another girl comes, whatever. But with money, one of the fatal things to do is to lie to yourself. And one form of lying to yourself is blaming somebody else. One fatal thing to do is to be angry at somebody else in your finances. Why? Why? Because it stops you from looking at what truly is going on. But that's your choice. That's your choice. It took me a long time to to be mature and not immature. Actually, probably that's a little more complicated. I probably was too mature too long, and then immature, and then mature again. But so with finger motion, I've also described to you, Kyle, if you actually are a real person, if you've actually ever listened to me. And this is where I am now, and I've said it for months. Finger Motion's market cap right now is $70 million. $70 million. That's the market cap. The revenues, and I'm going to just approximate, I'm not saying this is 100% accurate, but the annual revenues are coming in for the last couple of years roughly at 35 million in revenues. Those revenues are roughly break even, minus a penny, minus 2 cents, minus 3 cents, minus 6 cents a share. Roughly break even in the long scheme of things. So what is 35 million in revenues worth, Kyle? You tell me. What's 35 million in revenues of a company? Okay, what kind of company is Finger? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. What kind of company? Is it a lifestyle app? Is it a mobile phone company? Is it a gatekeeper for marketing goods online? Is it the Netflix of Southeast Asia? Is it a top payment system? For example, recharging your batteries? Is it a data company? Is it a cloud computing company? Is it a insurance reseller in the world's largest, essentially virgin insurance market, but also is the world's largest economy? Is it now a company who has a first mover exclusive contract to deliver the guts, the data, the insides of response vehicles throughout the country of China? What is it? And what category do you put if you're a family office woman or a portfolio manager? Where would she put this stock in her asset allocations categories? Kyle. I don't know either. I don't have an answer to that. So what I've been talking about for the last few months is that this is a Chinese stock. And I actually am positive on China. But China, when I watch videos and read about it, China is having disaster in their real estate, disaster with a lot of their middle class, disaster in a lot of their economy, and they're no longer the low-cost producer of goods in Southeast Asia. And their bond yields are down to 2%. My wife was only 1%. My dog just took a shit. I hope it's outside. I should have walked in. I'm sure it's outside, but it just, the smell's coming in because I can hear them out there. So here's what you have, Kyle. You have a company who's US, but it's Chinese. You have a company doing 35 million in revenue each year that I personally cannot define what it does, where it slots in investment. You have a company under attack by Jeff Easton's clients, Benchmark's clients. Constant attack, constant selling, constant selling, constant selling, constant selling, constant selling of stock that doesn't exist, so that when Martin Shen goes to the market for money, he has to issue more shares than he wants to issue. That's their modus operandi. But you didn't learn that. You didn't learn that. I did. So you have a Chinese company under constant selling attack by stocks that don't exist, infinite selling, shares that don't exist. And thirdly, the company has yet to make a profit. Fourthly, none of these areas that are in has come out as the standalone story. Finger Motion is a cloud data company, cloud computing company like SNOW. Finger Motion is China's fastest growing insurance reseller because of its access to data in China. Finger Motion is the go-to company because of its access to data from the three telecoms for Chinese, the Chinese Communist Party and the local government's purchase of vehicles for emergency response. Finger Motion is the number one telephony company who is taking advantage of 5G phones through the new marketing system, the rich content messaging, and they're the fastest growing. It hasn't done that yet, but I think it's about to. And Kyle, of course, you don't watch interviews, so I don't know why I do them. But for the last two interviews that I've had with Martin, but Martin also does interviews with guys he pays for the service. I forget the names, but you can find them on YouTube. They're good interviews. They're very good. But Martin talks about how he believes, and it's not a guarantee, but he believes in the fourth quarter, Finger Motion's earnings are going to turn positive, which implies for all of 2026, that's next year, the earnings could be positive. That's when, Kyle, to me, Finger Motion can go from 150 to 4 or 3 or 5. I don't know. But it goes up. And when it's there, it doesn't get shorted back down because institutions want to buy it. Family offices want to buy it because what do they know? They know that Finger Motion is the go-to supplier of emergency vehicles for the entire nation of China. I'm making these numbers up. The margins are 40%. The growth is projected at 60% per year for the next 5 years. I'm making these numbers up. And the company's revenues are going to grow at that rate, but their cash flows and their earnings are going to grow maybe at 80% per year. Then all of a sudden, the shorts have no power to counterfeit anymore. It's at their own peril. And the company doesn't need to go to the pimps on Wall Street to raise money. And the stock is $5, maybe on its way to $9. And then it starts hurting this small group of men who cheat in their pocketbook. And there's nothing these men hate worse than losing money or having to spend money or having to pay fees or fines or any of that. So they cover. Then you could have a squeeze. But that's a long trail in my estimate, Kyle. I think, and I've said it, I think it could take 6 months, 9 months, 18 months, 24 months. Does that mean I would tell you to sell finger? No, because I could be wrong. Ham could be right. The sentiment could change instantaneously with one big contract, with one huge cloud computing contract, with Pacific Life Re coming in and saying, we're going to finance this. We're going after life insurance in China. And these are the numbers. Finger motion could be a rocket ship overnight. Could. And Kyle, how many times, if you listened to me, did you hear me say, that's a prediction, not a promise? How many times did you hear me say it's not financial advice? The other thing I learned about myself, Kyle, and I know you're not self-reflective, but 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I really believed everything I was hearing about the short squeezes. Why? Partly because that was my experience on Wall Street. Partly because I hadn't yet processed that Wall Street doesn't exist anymore. There are no systems in place. There are no compliance officers. There is no oversight. The regulators work with Stevie Cohen. The broker-dealers work with Stevie Cohen. The lawyers work with Stevie Cohen, as an example. Just using a name. I'm not saying it's he. That's the difference. And I've learned, it's been a hard lesson, but it took me these 2.5 years to learn it. Does that mean there will be no short squeezes? No. Does that mean finger motion won't short squeeze? No. But what it does mean is Wall Street's not the same as it used to be. And these guys are relentless. And they break the law. And they'll break the law by bribing people. And they will stop short squeezes like AMC, GME. Look at Flowering Kitty. It goes up to 65 and he comes out. And of course, you weren't listening to me, Kyle. You weren't here. But I said, guys, why don't you get out? Maybe buy calls if you want to still be in, but get your money off the table, boys. Of course, as soon as he comes out, they sell off, they do a deal. Next time he comes out, goes to 38. I use that analogy. It's like a bouncing ball. Every time it bounces, it's a lower high, but it's going to end up low. They had those two under control. And that's what I have been discussing. No one listens to me because I guess I'm here to waste people's time, according to Chris. But I think they have finger motion under control, primarily. But they're bullies. They're cowards. They'll give up as soon as they're punched in the face because they are cowards. They are liars. They are devils. They hide behind their complicated analysis. Oh, we found a loophole and their lawyer is backing them up, and they sign an agreement with the SEC and it doesn't mean anything. There's no enforcement, so it must be okay. But at their core, they're immoral and they're liars. And they're thieves. They're as crooked as a paperclip. And when the light shines on them, they'll run away like a rat or a cockroach, which they are. They're cockroaches. And it runs all the way to the top. And just because they have money and they can afford to buy Juan Soto doesn't mean they're just as corrupt as the Kramers. It's everywhere. But Kyle, that's what I've learned. You haven't learned anything. Now, if you want to make money, Kyle, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. You shouldn't listen to me. Because obviously, I feel badly about it, but for, I don't know, 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, I talked about how high Finger could go if it's squeezed, based on, I think I looked at 2 or 3 dozen previous squeezes. But it didn't happen, Kyle. And if you think this speculative, you think you can come put money up and it'll go to 100 and you're not taking any risk? I don't know what to say. But Kyle, if you want to make money, I don't know how many shares of Finger Motion you have. And I'm not telling you you should do it at these prices. Unfortunately, this is where it is. But if Finger Motion is your entire account and you don't have anything else, I think you should wait for the earnings report next week, which I don't think really will make the stock go up. You should wait for the Roth Capital research report, which should come, I would think, by next week, which should make the stock go up. You should wait for Roth Capital to come in and support their own offering, which I think should happen by next week. You should wait for that. I think then you should wait for 3 more months on Finger, because it could get really exciting once they announce their 4th quarter earnings. Could, Kyle, could. But if I don't know, do you have $4,000? I don't, so I'm not making fun. Do you have $4,000? Go out and buy 10,000 shares of Railtown AI Technologies. 10,000 shares of Railtown. That's not financial advice, because you're just a crybaby. I would never give you advice. If you were my client, I'd fire you. But in good spirits, I tell you, if you bought 10,000 shares of Railtown AI, RLAIF, I think that stock can 10x or better, by the way, but I'm going to go with a low range, 10x within let's call it 6 months. But I think it could happen a lot sooner. And that, I think, my boy, would give you your losses back in finger motion. Now, if you're still hanging on to the idea that you can go out and buy a Maserati with finger motion, you might. And Ham's knowledge and understanding of the insides of what's going on Wall Street is better than mine. And you could see that squeeze. My opinion, just to state it again, and then I'm going to talk about other things, Kyle. For all your kindness, all your very carefully and thoughtfully placed words, I'm going to move on. But my belief is if finger motion gets to $3, $4, $5 and stays there, and you combine it with a huge undelivered problem, it hurts these guys in their pocketbook. The only thing they can't stand. They can stand insults. They can stand lawsuits. They can stand hits to their reputation. They can stand everything because they got the system sussed. What they can't stand is losing money, since they're doing it with somebody like Stevie Cohen's money anyway. Maybe they're doing it with the Russian mob. Who knows? That's how finger motion could squeeze. But like I'm saying, I think finger goes much higher once there's clarity on what kind of company it is and what it does. And Roth Capital's research report could do that. Roth Capital's research report could do that. And it could be soon. But the key to finger motion is going to be predictable, growing revenues, cash flow, and earnings. And I don't think you're going to see that until the annual report, which will be December, January, February, plus 15, April 15th. But you can come on and blast me and bemoan me and be negative. I personally don't. I think you're part of the problem, not part of the solution. But I just gave you a long answer. I'm going to move on. So, Kyle. All right, Kyle. Peace then. Peace. The money they take must be crazy. No blue sheets. Oh, there's so much money. So much money. 25 years on Wall Street. Check out Sana. Sana? Are you trying to get us distracted? I'll look. I'll bite. But you're just trying to distract us. I know you are just trying to distract us. Oh, look at that terrible chart. That's not a squeeze. Oh, it is a squeeze. Sorry. It's up 4 points. Sorry, Drew. Sorry. It's up 4 points. Extended hours. I don't know how much volume. Wow. So maybe that's something to watch tomorrow. SANA. Is there any news? They announced positive clinical results from type 1 diabetes study of islet cell transplantation without immunosuppression. You know what, Drew? The shorts are going to say, that CEO, those doctors, they don't know what they're doing. We got to crush that stock. That's Drew, that's a good call. That's one to watch. SANA. 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 1.2 million and 2 million. That's true, Kyle and Jack. Frustration does bubble up. You've seen it in me. You've seen it in me. And we're all human. We're all human. And I'll tell you what, there's nothing closer to a guy, I'm not a woman, to a guy than effing losing money. Nothing. And I understand. Anyway. It's not about me, but it's happened to me. And it's the kind of thing that makes you wake up in the middle of the night going, what the hell? My brother told me about a movie. He's into movies. Forget the name of the movie, or a play. It might have been a play. But it's a New York guy. And I don't know if he was a businessman, or maybe he was a playwright, or maybe he was a musician. But he was a pretty well-off guy at the beginning of the play. And during the course of the play, I think he invested in things. Or he started a company or something. Anyway. I never read the play. I never saw the movie. But I remember my brother, who's a bit of an actor, so he used a voice. At the end of the movie, the guy loses everything. And he stands there, or he says to his wife, or maybe he's at a bar. I didn't see it. But the thing I remember my brother saying, what was I thinking? I was rich already. That's how my brother told it to me. That's why I remember it that way. What was I thinking? I was rich already. And that's kind of what happens to me in the middle of the night. Is like, why didn't I sell? Why didn't I? So I understand it. Do I think it'll go up? I don't, Drew, I don't know. Let me answer it two ways. If it were the past, yes, that would gap open tomorrow and it would be $50 on its way to 80. But that's not the market we have today. I will guess, I'll try to look into it, Drew, so I can answer it better. But I would guess that the selling of shorts selling is going to be massive tomorrow. Massive. Now they may let it rally first and it goes to 10 or something. But then as soon as the buying stops, because remember, we can only buy with $1 once. They can sell with one hypothecated share. They can sell rehypothecated non-shares, nonsense. They can sell nothingness infinitely. Once the buying stops, they'll try to drive it back down. So I think that'll happen at some point. They will try to sell it off. But I guess, Drew, in this market, the only thing that'll make that go up is if someone either in the financial world or in the medical company sees the data, knows what it means, and either buys the company or invests in the company because of what they see. But Drew, the problem with biotech, the reason biotech and oil and gas companies and struggling young China companies get under attack by the criminals. They know the secret to their methodology. Miners, it happens to miners. It happens to EV companies and battery companies. They know that good news means the company needs to raise more money. So what they do is they get these toxic notes signed. They give it just enough money that the company keeps going. And any rally, they love the rallies because that gives them money they can steal from the market. They split it with Stevie Cohen. Stevie's lawyers back him up, a guy like Stevie, and they profit from it. And then the company, even though the news is good, Drew, even though the news is good, the company has to sell 500 million shares over the next 9 months under a formula, and it becomes de minimis. But so I'm not a biotech guy, but I did invest in them and I did trade them, and I did watch people around me trade them and make shitloads of money. But I do remember that when something gets a positive rating and it gets the new test, there's more to come, which might mean more money. So that, but Drew, let's talk about it. Well, there's some information we can look up. Maybe we can do it right now. What's the symbol? What's the symbol? S, Santa? Darn it, I can't see it. My eyesight. Oh, there it is, Santa, S-A-N-A. Let's just look at it. My dog already pooped, so I don't have any pressure. Let's go to OTC. S-A-N-A. Let me make sure you can see this. Yeah. All right, I'm going to take your question off. And all right. Yeah, Drew, it comes up to $5. Yeah, it could go to 7. It could go to 10. It could break out, I guess. Let's look at all. That's what worries me is over here, they did a toxic financing. And here maybe. I don't know. We'll have to look it up. Let's read the news. First in human study provides evidence that Sana's hypoimmune technology enables transplanted islet cells to avoid immune rejection and produce insulin without immunosuppression. Results demonstrate pancreatic, wow. Diabetes. I'm not reading any of that because I don't know what it means. Okay, so a company focused on changing the possible for patients through engineered cells today announced initial results from an investigator. That's good. 3 third-party eyeballs, first in human study. For a patient with type 1 diabetes, with no immunity, no rejection. The body didn't reject it. They did it with Uppsala University Hospital. I've heard of that. That's a good place. I forget why I've heard of that. Sweden or Norway or somewhere. But anyway, it's some other company. It's a good university. Results of the study at 4 weeks demonstrate the survival and function of pancreatic beta. That's all good. See, this is bad, Drew. These initial exciting results build upon the extensive preclinical and translational studies of Dr. Sonja Schraffner and team at Sana. Highly promising. Yeah, shorts will love that word. And provide the first evidence in humans. This is what makes me so angry at Adina Friedman and Gensler. This is a great story. It doesn't deserve to get destroyed. Scalable, curative treatment for patients with type 1 diabetes. We achieved our goals for the study. That's good. No safety issues. Demonstrating survival function and evasion of immune detection. That's all good. These initial clinical results show that cell therapies that replace insulin-producing cells without immunosuppression are approaching reality as a meaningful and potentially life-changing cure for type 1 diabetes. That's huge. Absolutely huge. All right, now let's Google Sana Biotechnology. Sana Biotechnology raises funds. All right. So February 8th. Let's just see what this is. Let's see if you can see it. Okay, you can see it. Sana Biotechnology, NASDAQ, Adina Friedman doesn't care, focused on changing the possible for patients through engineered cells. Today announced it has priced an upsized is good, public offering of 17 million shares at $5.50 per share. And in lieu of common stock, pre-funded warrants to issue. Yeah. These pre-funded warrants, I think, are a gimmick somehow to get around doing the convertible notes that we've done before, but I haven't quite figured it out how they do it. Why not just buy the shares? It says they sold stock at $5.50, and in lieu of common stock to certain investors, they sold pre-funded warrants. Why? I think there's a gimmick there that hurts us. All shares and pre-funded warrants are to be sold by Sana. That's good. Then the underwriters have a 30-day option to purchase an additional 4.5 million shares. That should have been good. That's a green shoe. And that allows the company to support the stock price. But this, they didn't, obviously. But that's a huge offering, 165 million. Oh, it's Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, B of A. That's a great. Let's look at the chart again. So they did the deal in February at 550. Do you see? Let me make sure you can see this, Drew. Yeah, you can. Okay. So they did the deal at 550. In February. Sorry for all these ads. But you see February right about here. Right about here is where they did the deal. They did the deal here, I think. That's February. So the stock ran. So anybody that got in on this deal, you know, family offices, brokers that gave it to their clients at retail and institutional, offshore, your mutual funds, they bought it and they flipped it. That's what happened. They bought it. They made a huge profit. This was a hot offering. It did a good job. And then the stock drifted. I don't know if there was bad news, but it stayed above the 550 until here in June. Something might have happened. And then I don't understand this. This is just destruction. But with low volume, I would say all the Morgan Stanley clients got out and nothing happened. I'm going to say, Drew, that this has a good chance of going up. I could be wrong. It doesn't look like they've done any toxic financing. So I think, Drew, it could go up. What's that website? If you can give me a second to close the door, it's freezing. Let me go close it. Oh, Lordy, 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 Lordy. He didn't make it outside the back door. There was too much snow, so he just did it at the door. I'm trying not to put you down, Lucky, and you do that? What's the what? I don't know, Drew, which one you're talking about. OTC Markets gives you a lot of data, but so does Yahoo Finance. I didn't look at that actually. How many shares are out? It's got to be a lot of shares out. Drew, what I like, if I just don't know the volume, but the fact that the stock is essentially at its offering price in extended hours, I think that stock could see buying tomorrow. And I take back, I don't think you'll see short selling. I don't think there's a toxic short group in there. I think there's going to be I think that if anyone was just reflexively selling it because it was going down, I think there's going to be trouble. Did you see, Drew, that the stock after Morgan Stanley, Goldman did it, it went to 11? That's a good enough target for me that you could see it at trade to tomorrow, $10 or $11. And then the shorts, if they're shorting, they're you might see something happen. So you might be onto something. But let me just look quickly. I don't want to do it again with you, but I want to just quickly look to see how many shares are out. Okay, it's got $400 million market cap at $1.65. So imagine it's going to be billions. But that's a multi-billion dollar stock if that technology works. They don't have that much out. They have 223 million shares outstanding. Let me look on Yahoo because they give different numbers sometimes. SANA. Statistics. Okay, Yahoo shows 223 million shares outstanding, a float of 130 million, and they show shares short. So that's real shares, Drew, of 37 million, 36,800,000. So they show the short real shares as a percentage of the float at 34%. You might be onto something, Drew. You might be onto something. You might be onto something, darn it. You might be onto something. I don't know why it's sold off. The headlines all look all right. Here's what Zach said. The price trend for Sana, this is Zach's research. The price trend for Sana Biotechnology has been bearish lately. Yeah, all right. However, the formation of a hammer chart pattern indicates the stock could witness a trend reversal. Yeah, whatever. Hammer pattern. All right, so it's a hammer pattern. But they did call it correctly. Simply Wall Street 2 months ago. There is no doubt that money can be made by owning shares of unprofitable businesses. Salesforce lost money for years while it grew revenue. And if you held shares since 2005, you would have done very well indeed. Having said that, unprofitable companies are risky because they could potentially burn through all their cash and become distressed. Given this risk, we thought we'd take a look at whether Sana Biotech should be worried about its cash burn. That's a good point. We will consider the company's annual negative free cash flow or its cash burn. And obviously you compare that to how much cash they have. A company's cash runway is the amount of time it would take to burn through its cash reserves at its current cash burn rate. In June 2024, Sano Biotechnology had $252 million in cash and no debt. In the last year, its cash burn was $285 million. Therefore, from June 2024, it had roughly 11 months of cash runway. To be frank, this kind of short runway puts us on edge, I agree, as it indicates the company must reduce its cash burn significantly or else raise cash imminently. That's what's going to happen. That group of bankers will come back out and raise money. But it might be higher. It might be at $11 or $10. But they have to raise, I would guess they have to raise $250,000. Sorry, $250 million. So what would there could still be a short squeeze prior to that. And when I say squeeze, I'm not talking about huge, but that 34% short, that's natural buyers in an offering. Because Sana Biotech isn't currently generating revenue, we consider it an early stage business. So while we can't look to sales to understand growth, no kidding, we can look at how the cash burn is changing to see expenditures as a trend. It's actually being reduced. How easily can Sana Biotech raise cash? They could use debt. I didn't think of that. They don't have to use equity. But I think it would be equity. But I don't understand biotech. If this drug approval is a sure thing, which I would assume nothing is. But if it's close to a sure thing, maybe they can do debt instead of equity. Sana Biotech's cash burn of $285 million is about 30% of its market capitalization. That's not insignificant. And if the company had to sell enough shares to fund another year's growth at the current share price, you would likely witness fairly costly dilution. That's what the shorts, the 34% short, that's what they're thinking. This company's going to need to raise money. If we can sell it down and keep it down, we're going to make a profit. And we can even give our money and this is where Adina Friedman should be fired. We can give our money from unsettled shares into the offering and we can receive shares. So we don't even have to make the stock price go up. It is so criminal. Adina Friedman should be put in jail. On this analysis of the company's cash burn has us worried. it makes us slightly nervous about the stock. Wonder if this is. This is written by, I'm going to see if it's a man or a woman. But I really wish I could tell. Oh, it's a team. I really wish I could tell how old they are. That was a nonsense article. But it is true, Drew, that the company will have to raise money. And that's an area I don't know anything about. How this was an initial test result. So I don't think they have a way of selling a product. But what could offset the risk of dilution is if this clinical result is strong enough and insiders to the industry can recognize, they say, wow, this is the next $1 trillion product, the stock won't go down. Anyway, more to be revealed. I like that one. I like that one, Drew. I think it might go higher. But they need, yeah, I think it's a reasonable bet. If you own it already, you're lucky. I'm not sure I would chase it. Let me say, if it gaps open, I'm not sure I would chase it. They will try to sell it off. That offering that you're talking about in February, let me see if it's here. No, it's not. I forget the bankers. That's a pretty good list of bankers. And that means they probably have pretty good clients. Not only is that a pretty good list, that's an enviable list of bankers. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, I forget the other ones. That's pretty darn good. So for the last time, the audit didn't need to be done for the offering, but the audit does need to be completed for the dividend runner. Yes, Matt, that's true. That's true. But Matt, let me just ask. Oh, God. Serenity now. Serenity now. Matt, do you think $5 million is a lot of money? I do. Do you think $5 million is a lot of money for Roth Capital? I do. Do you think Roth Capital is just a flow through for the shorts? Maybe. And if so, why not do the deal at 50 cents? So Matt, do you think Roth Capital, God, this is just endlessly numbing. This is numbing. But let's go through it. Do you think Roth Capital would raise $5 million from their investors if the audit were not close to being finished? Do you think Roth Capital would raise money from their investors, $5 million for a small company, if they didn't speak directly to the auditors? Do you think Roth Capital would raise $5 million for a company if, after speaking with their auditors, they found out there, as you put it, there is no audit and there are problems? Do you think Roth Capital would go ahead and do that deal anyway? You might think so, because you claim to work with a bunch of investors. So I'd find it hard that you would think so, but you might. But I'll tell you that I know that there's no investment firm other than a Jeff Easton or a Kramer's or that firm that Ari Rubenstein ran, who are just going to destroy a company. There's no investment bank that would put their reputation at risk the ire of their investors, risk their performance record for a $400 million or $400,000 fee, or $600,000 fee, $550,000 fee. I think it was 7% of the 5 million. I don't think so. So I don't get your constant harping on this point. I really don't. And thank God you don't make the rules. Thank God. You'd be obsessive compulsive about it. Now, Matt, I personally do not, let me go through that. I've done it before. But Matt, let's get a timeline out. And we'll use a calendar. We'll use a academic monthly calendar. So we have January. We're in January. Now, we know I don't want to write here, but we know on the 15th and the 16th is likely when the third quarter earnings come out for finger motion. That's next week. Now, we could ask ourselves, would the audit be done by that earnings report? And my bet, if I had to make a bet, is yes. My bet further, my suspicion further, is if the audit isn't complete, they'll delay this earnings report. But I might be wrong, because it's a quarterly. It's not annual. Okay, Matt. January 29th is Chinese New Year's. So this entire month is holiday for China. This entire month. All right, Matt, let's go back. It involves a little bit of critical thinking rather than being obsessive compulsive. But let's go back. And I didn't write it down here, but Christmas was on the 25th. I think the financing happened on the 23rd, or was it the 20th? Anyway, somewhere around that week, the financing came out. Maybe it was the week prior. But anyway, be that as it may, maybe, do you want to make me look it up? The finger financing happened on the 10th. They canceled the Univest relationship. They announced that, I think, on the 16th. Maybe it was the 20th. Anyway, they did the financing just before Christmas, Matt. Just before Christmas. Okay, so let's go through. Why would Finger do a financing at a shitty price of $1.50 when the stock was $2.20 just before Christmas? Well, let's say it was this week. On the 20th, Matt, everyone went on holiday. Why? Because Christmas was in the middle of the week. So they knew that Wall Street, all the wealthy people, all the decision makers, all the family offices were going away for vacation on the 20th. So they raised the money prior to the holiday. Now, oddly, when you come to January, New Year's Day is on a Wednesday too. Giving further reason why we better get this deal done, because they're going to go on vacation for the last week of December and the first week of the year. 2 weeks they'll be gone in all likelihood. So they raised the money at $1.50, which sucks, but they raised it at $1.50. What in your mind would be a reason for that, Matt? Other than, the company sucks, the CEO sucks, and they can't get anything done, and my friends are going to sell 100,000 shares as if anyone cares. And the I don't make the rules. The dividend warrant isn't going to come out. I've told you, it doesn't matter, the dividend warrant. It doesn't matter. It's a non-event. All right, so I got all the negatives out of your negatives out of my system. What would be the reason, do you think, Matt, if you have the ability to critically think in this situation? What could be a reason why they canceled Univest, to my memory, on the 10th? So that means they hired Roth maybe on the 11th. Roth came with a deal, and they funded that deal in less than 10 days, it looks like, or in less than 2 weeks. Why would they speed that up? Why not just wait till next year? Why not just go into next year with no cash other than the money you're rolling? Why not? Don't dilute, don't grow, just keep doing the minutes. Why, Matt? Well, I can't hear you. Well, I'll give you my thoughts. If they didn't take the money before Christmas, the week before Christmas, which means before December 20th, they knew that Wall Street was finished funding for the year. From December 20th until January 6th, nothing, almost nothing would get funded. So if they didn't do the deal with Roth Capital, Matt, they are making the decision to wait until 2025 to raise money. Okay, that's the financing side. Let's think about what is triggering Finger Motion's desire to raise $5 million. That's the other side, use of proceeds, which we still don't know. But Matt, we know a couple of things. We know that they, in the interviews and in press releases, have stated they are moving from low margin business to higher margin business. So we can presume that they're not raising $5 million to do more top-up business or to do more text messaging business, both of which are grocery store levels of rates of return, 3 or 4 or 5%. They're moving from that to, they're trying to achieve much higher rates of margin on their invested money. Okay, we know that. So it's highly unlikely they raised the $5 million to increase top-up business. So what are they raising it for? The Netflix of Southeast Asia? They never talk about that. That's probably not it. Cloud computing? Well, when they've talked about the cloud computing, they're just selling access to their computing power. That doesn't require any money. They already have huge excess computing power. They don't need money for that. Are they raising $5 million to build out the laboratory with the scientists and statisticians to develop the data that they have because of their cell phone business to work with Pacific Life Free and Munich Life Free? Oh, you might be onto something, but wait a minute. He said in the interview, one of them, that the insurance companies are funding those studies. The insurance companies are funding those scientists. The insurance companies are funding the laboratories and the personnel. So the $5 million is not going to the insurance company project. Where else could it be going? Oh, it could be going to the government contract, the so-called C2 contract that they announced with 2 vehicles. They announced it was exclusive and first moving, and it was nationwide. Now we haven't heard much since. But Matt, instead of drowning in your anger at me, why don't you think that's probably what the 5 million, well, 4.6 million is for? And what would it be used for? Well, we saw in the first 2 and in the interview that Martin said he would need to raise capital, and he implied, and it was stated that in the press release, that Finger Motion needs to create this vehicle and supply it to the government for payment. The government is not paying Finger Motion for the vehicles up front before the vehicle is provided to the government. So I've heard numbers from him. I'm not going to repeat because I don't remember them, and I don't know where he got them. But we know the first 2 vehicles were built and probably delivered by now. What does that lead to? We know the contract is exclusive. We know it's nationwide. And it's apparently based on Finger Motion's relationship with the government. So putting all this together, Matt, Why would finger motion speed forward to raise money in 2024 at a lower price than you wanted or I wanted before the audit is completed? Why would they do that? My conclusion, my suspicion, my guess is they have 1 or 2 or 3 new orders for vehicles, and they need money to build out those vehicles. Now, why would they need it in December rather than waiting into the new year when the audit's ready and maybe the stock price is higher? Well, they took the money before Wall Street went on holiday, and you turn over to January, and New Year's in January in China is the 29th. That's the middle of the week. So it's probably in China, if they're like the United States, probably in China, they don't go back to work until February the 3rd. So let me ask you, Matt, you have gotten the exclusive contract to supply the guts of these vehicles, build out these vehicles. You've done 2. All of a sudden you get follow-up orders. You're a small company from governments. Are you going to take the risk to tell Roth Capital, no, we don't want your money? We will see what the market looks like in February. And maybe at that time, it'll take Roth 30 days or longer because their calendar's full. So maybe you're looking at raising money in March. I mean, that's, as a CEO, that's how you have to think. Could be later than that, but let's say March. So instead of taking money at a discount just before Christmas, just before Hanukkah, just before Kwanzaa, the CEO could say to himself, I'd rather gamble. Let's skip January. Let's muddle through January. Let's potentially muddle all the way through February and halfway through March, because we don't know exactly when Roth will get it done. So we're talking 90 days approximately. As a CEO, I'm going to make the decision because Matt is upset and his 5 clients have 100,000 shares. They're getting ready to dump. And I, as CEO, can't get anything done. So I'm going to delay taking this $5 million until the audit is finished. And I'm going to gamble that my stock price doesn't go below $1 in 90 days because I need this money to fulfill a contract. I'll gamble it for 90 days because Matt wants me to give results. He wants that audit, and he doesn't want me to sell the stock at 150. Now, as CEO, what else goes into my calculus? What else goes into my calculus? If I tell the Chinese government, whether it's local, provincial or national. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm talking about the right contract. Maybe it's with some other aspect of the company. But I think logically we can presume that it's these contracts. It's the only thing that's major that's happened to the company all last year. I think we can assume this is where it is. So the other thing, I know Matt's clients are going to dump the stock if I make the wrong decision here. So what if I, instead of taking the money from Roth Capital at a discounted price, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait through the Christmas, New Year's holidays in the West, and I'm going to wait through the month-long Chinese New Year's holiday, and I'm going to see what the market is on the other side for my stock. But oh, by the way, I may get to the new year, 2025, my 2026, I may get there without the government contract. I'm guessing here, but my relationship, Finger Motion's relationship with the Chinese authorities, it's one of trust, it's one of faith, and it's one of the government's belief that we can perform on the contracts they bring us. But Matt wants me to raise the money at a higher price. So if I follow Matt's decision, and he's got 4 clients that are going to dump 100,000 shares, I'll wait till next year to get a better price than 150. But I might lose my contract. I might lose my exclusivity. My government relationship, they may pick another company. And then next year, I'm going to talk to Matt and his 4 clients, and I say, we lost the contract. Do I, as the CEO, want to take the risk of losing the government's contract to build out emergency vehicles because Matt wants me to try to get a better price for the stock? Do I, as CEO, want to delay the raise until I have my audit finished? Does Matt really believe that I, as CEO, am not putting the highest amount of pressure I can on the auditors to bloody well finish? Matt can't be that blind to know that auditors are slow and deliberate, and they go through the holidays too. No, I think, you know what, as CEO, I'm going to risk pissing Matt off. And if his 4 clients want to sell, I'll deal with it. Because I, as CEO, am going to take the money. It hurts to do it at 150, but that's the criminals, probably. But I'm going to do it. Why am I going to do it? I'm going to do it because I want to keep that contract. I'm going to do it because I can turn 4.5 million into, I'm going to guess here, 7 million net to me. And then I can go do it again, turn that 7 million into 12 million to me, then turn that 12 million into 20 million, and then turn that 20 million into 31 million by fulfilling this government contract. I don't want to risk losing this contract. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to move forward without my audit getting finished because I have no choice. I can't make the auditor go more quickly. Holidays are coming up. I'm going to do it. I'll let Roth Capital talk to my auditors. They won't go forward if they find something bad. Okay. I've made my decision. I'm going to accept 150 even though it hurts. But this is Adina Friedman's markets. Adina Friedman is a fraud. She's a loser. She's a poor excuse for a human being. Now, Finger Motion went on NASDAQ to get screwed by the criminals because of derivatives, because of options, and because Adina Friedman is a loser. But anyway, one can debate what should Finger Motion be trading for. It went on the NASDAQ at 430 a share. The deal's done at 150. Who's right? Who's wrong? Adina's going to tell you, hey, what's that company worth? She's concerned that Finger Motion has a woman on its board and has a minority on its board. And luckily, everyone on the board is not Caucasian. That's her focus, not on settlement. So respectfully, Matt, I think you're full of hot air. I think Martin Shen did the right thing, taking the money at $1.50. I think Martin Shen did the right thing, fulfilling his contracts, if I'm right about this assessment, from the government. And Matt, I'm going to make two predictions to you that Martin Shen is going to do. He is going to prioritize this government contract. And his efforts with the insurance companies and the sales of his RCM messaging service that's high margin and his low margin. He is going to try to kick butt in the first quarter of 2026. That's my first prediction. My second prediction, he's going to need more money next year. He's going to sell more shares. Because if he's successful at building out how many ever ones of these vehicles exist right now in the contract, the government's going to give him more business next year. And until his revenue, cash flow, and earnings become predictable, repeatable, and growing, he's probably not going to be able to have access to the bond market, the credit markets. He's probably going to sell more shares next year. So I think Martin Shen's focus, Matt, is going to be on having a bang-up first quarter, which runs from March, April, May of his next year. So he can raise money maybe in the first or second quarter at higher prices based on contracts from the governments that are predictable, repeatable, and growing. What does that mean for your bloody dividend? I don't think the dividend is going to come until March or April. On one hand, it's going to have nothing to do with Martin Shen. Oh, Martin Shen can't get anything done. And my 4 clients are going to sell 100 shares unless he gets that audit done. They are going to sell those shares. You listen to me. He is not doing anything. We're going to sell. If I were Martin Shen, I would hope you sold and just got the heck out of his life. The dividend. The SEC requires the audit, as you correctly point out. And I was reading it, I'm not going to go back to it, but I was reading it, Ham cut me off. There's several paragraphs. Apparently the auditor that they had out of China didn't want to qualify under the standards of the United States auditing world. They didn't want to do it. To raise money here, you have to have this PBWAOC auditing certification. So Martin had to get a new auditor. And you, Matt, thinks it's his fault that he chose an auditor who didn't get it done on your schedule. I submit to you, all auditors are slow. All of them. Because they can be sued. Maybe that one that was in Brattleboro, Colorado or whatever, that everyone used, Nextbridge and the rest used, and DJT used or something. Maybe that group was shoddy and quick. But he didn't pick a shoddy accountant because he's going to raise money off of this accounting firm. And so they have to do a thorough 2-year audit. I guess, Matt, you know how long a 2-year audit takes. And you know that Martin Shen should have gotten it done by now because you were Matt. I don't know. You work in the oil and gas industry. Maybe I do too. Maybe they do it more quickly in the oil and gas industry. I don't know. Best I can tell, it's October, November, December holidays. So it's been basically 90 days that the new auditor has been working. My guess is they've gotten so far advanced that Roth Capital was willing to raise money. So my guess is they're almost finished or they have finished. But there were the holidays. But Matt, you cannot live with the fact that the auditors went on Christmas holiday and New Year's holiday because you, Matt, need that audit done. I think you're being unreasonable. So what I think is going to happen is that the audit is finished. I believe that the earnings will be announced January 15th or 16th, and the audit's finished. Further, I believe that the earnings will be delayed long enough for the audit to be finished. My guess is the audit will be finished in January. Now, let's go to the other side of the equation. Once the audit is finished, Finger Motion sends it in to the SEC. Now, according to the interview Martin gave, the SEC should I'm using this word, rubber stamp that, and the dividend's approved. But Martin said and pointed out, the SEC can always come up with an objection. They can always have another question. They can always think of something else. So I ask you, Matt, and I know this is Martin's fault, but no longer is Joe Biden president as of January 20th, which, according to my calendar, is the Monday, Martin Luther King's birthday celebration. So right here, Joe Biden's no longer president. Gary Gensler has resigned, and most of the staff at, or the well-trained lawyers are short-termers, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, roll out and go work for Baker Hostetler, roll out and go work for Gibson Dunn, roll out and go work for Stevie Cohen. It's just a stamp on their passport to riches. So most of the decision makers where corporate files are sitting at the SEC, my guess is not only did those people go on vacation, they quit. There's nobody doing anything at the SEC right now because there's no leadership. That's my guess. But hey, that's Martin Shen's fault. He doesn't get anything done. But that's my guess. That's the next thing that you're going to bitch and moan about. So, assuming those desks are empty, which is what I assume, they're waiting for Donald Trump's appointee. I guess it's this guy Atkins. I have no idea how long it takes to get that approved. There's pushing to get everything done quickly, like one bill. But here's my guess, Matt. The Democrats, Barack Obama, Soros, Hillary Clinton, the deep state, whatever you want to call it, are going to dig in their heels, the banks, and they're going to try everything to delay this appointment. So let's just try to be optimistic and say it takes a month to get Atkins approved. Well, that's the 20th of February. 20th of February, right here. Right here. If there's any delays, it's the end of February. Let's assume it's a month. Now, he's hiring people, promoting people, getting people in. He's doing his leadership. He's stating his priorities. He puts out a memo. All the files on those desks are waiting. New people on the file, new questions, new priorities, new rubber stamps. Let's assume that, let's just be overly optimistic and say that process takes 3 to 4 weeks. Now you're into March. Now, do you think once that's all set in place, that finger motions dividend is going to be the #1 priority at the SEC? Do you think there'll be other companies that are come up? Do you think there'll be a backlog? I'm guessing there might. So let's say, again, let's be optimistic and say it takes 3 weeks. Well, then you got the Easter holiday. So let's say after Easter, the SEC says, let's say it happens on April 22nd, the day after Easter. The SEC says you're on. Well, then they notify Martin. Martin gives it to his attorneys. They draw up a press release and an announcement. So let's say that takes until the 24th. Then Martin has to notify you and everybody 10 days. So that's starting with the 25th. Let's say that's the notification, 24th, 25th. They put it, what I don't know is if the day you announce it counts as a day. Let's assume it doesn't. Let's say he announces it on the 24th, but the 10-day count starts on the 25th. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a Sunday. So Monday the 5th of May. Monday the 5th of May would be the record date for the dividend. That's my prediction. So Matt, I don't think the dividend is going to mean anything in the short run. I also think it will be a back burner item at finger motion while the CEO focuses on what's important to the fundamental story of the company. But the dividend will come, and the dividend may well cause gumming up of the system, which could lead to buying in. But that's not, the CEO does not owe you, Matt, a short squeeze. The CEO owes you, my opinion, predictable, repeatable, and growing revenue, cash flow, and earnings. What's his fastest way to doing that? I think it's the government contract. And as that comes into place, it'll answer 2 questions. One, this is a China company, it's a piece of shit. Well, no, even in a recession, even in a depression, the Chinese government is spending money, and hey, presto, there's growth. It'll answer that. Maybe. Secondly, it might answer what the hell company is Finger. What does it do? Well, what it does now, it started like this. It's exciting. They have access. They have other things going on that could be big. But right now, it is the only company in China that is going to build out the fleet of emergency vehicles. Now, that comes with risks to the valuation, Matt. The risks are, one, they got to raise more money to fulfill those contracts. To the extent it's stock, debt, we'll see. I think they can manage that. The other risk is it's knowable. It's knowable. I don't know it now, but it'll be knowable. 40% margin maybe, and maybe each vehicle costs, I don't know, 40 grand and 20 grand, 5 grand. I have no idea. And they sell them at X amount, and it takes 90 to 120 days to roll it. But once it's knowable, it goes into a model, and you can come up with the price of the shares. The problem is, once something is knowable, people can't dream on all the potential upside, just like they do in NVIDIA or other stocks. And NVIDIA is a bad example. But in growth stocks, like the tech stocks at the beginning of the decade, or you have all this vision. Oh, it's going to be great, great, great. But once it becomes knowable, the dream has to condense. The dream can expand to fill any space. But once it's knowable, that expansion has to come down to the reality. It's not bad. It just means if the stock present values, according to analysts, I have no idea the metrics, maybe it's 20, I'm making it up, maybe it's $20 a share instead of the dreamy-eyed price that it could go to 35. It's okay. It's much higher than where it is now. Now, Matt, if Brent is able to do that over the first quarter of his new year, which is 2026, which begins March 2025, April 2025, May 2025, and then it's announced July 15th. If he's got profits and he can project growing, repeatable, reliable revenue, cash flow, and earnings, you have a different company. And that stock might be, I don't know, might be $5, might be $7, might be $12. I don't know. Roth Capital's report will give us an indication. But once it's at that level, Jeff Easton's clients and these cowards that come on here won't be able to short the stock down every time, because every quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter, the revenue, the cash flow, and the earnings will be projectable, repeatable, and growing. The analysts will take that, do their models, and come up with, they'll bring all of that forward. They'll come up with the valuation. Is it big? I don't know. I think it is, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But at that point, Matt, I believe there is a chance, again, for pressure coming in from short covering. Why? Because the stock's not going down and it's costing them money. But if you listen to me and you even care, well, who would care what I say? I think it's going to be July would be the soonest we know. Now, could Ham be right and something happens sooner? Yes. Ham knows the mechanics of the market. He knows there's 250 there. There could be a spike in the stock price. There could be another announcement out of the blue. Alibaba wants to align with Finger Motion's betterment of living app, and they want to share it with all of their millions of clients as a bonus, and they're willing to pay Finger Motion $50 every 6 months. I don't know, something like that out of the blue. That could make it go. And is it realistic? Not what I just described's not, but there is a realistic chance other good news can come. Absolutely. Could there be a system-wide buy-in as the market goes up? Yes. Could prime brokers get in trouble with other trades and therefore call in the chits on the extension of credit to the shorts at Finger Motion? Yes. All of this could happen. It hasn't happened yet, and the only time it did happen, the criminals got it under control. But it could happen again. Yes, 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 and yes. But what I'm trying to describe, Matt, is I think Finger Motion can go from 120 certainly to 150 by Roth's efforts, and then to $3 based on all this positive things that are coming, even with the uncertainty that it's a China stock and that China's in trouble and that no one can really describe what finger motion does. I think it can get to $2.50, $3. But then if you have positive earnings, which are growing, good things can happen. But Matt, stop effing asking about the bloody dividend. It doesn't matter. Matt, I did my best with you. I can't talk about it anymore. I just can't talk about it. XRP looks good. It is a payment system. It's not a currency. I like XRP. I don't know much about it. But don't believe the dollar system is going to go down without a fight. I don't know much about. I wouldn't chase the last one. I think you're just trying to suck people in and away from your short position. You are wonderful. You're wonderful that you did it for your kids. That's wonderful. If you can convince them not to play with it, my opinion, they'll sell better. But if you do, it doesn't matter. It's the silver. Ultimately, it's the silver. Or let them play with one and save the rest in the package. But that's great, Steve. My guess, 21 silver eagles. There's 3 kids. You're gonna hold me to this. But I bet that could be worth $21,000. When? I don't know for sure when. But I think it'll be worth I guess 2,100. Is that right? $100 an ounce? Pretty soon, somewhere near that. And then it'll correct when the whole financial system goes down. But then after that, as the Fed comes in, and I think the Fed is going to print money. And when I say it prints money, I don't think the Fed really prints money. They buy the bonds, but the system creates this money. The federal government, the banks, Wall Street, the Fed just buys this shit and destroys its balance sheet. But anyway, I think the Fed will. Last time when Barack Obama took over and just sucked up to the banksters, did nothing. He did nothing. He didn't help African Americans in prison. He showed up once. And he didn't jail a single banker. And he let houses be taken away from people. Bravo, Obama. But anyway, I think the Fed's balance sheet was like 800 billion, something like that, after George W. Bush's troubles. I think it was something, I don't know, I have to look it up. But anyway, I think by the time the whole crisis was kind of gotten in hand. I think the Fed increased their balance sheet to $4 trillion to bail out the world, to bail out Wall Street, Obama's friends, and bail out the world. This time, it's going to be worse. We're going to be at war. The market is, I think, is going to do a blow off top. So there's going to be even more leverage than there is now. European banks are probably going to be in more trouble than US banks, maybe. Canadian banks will be in trouble. I don't know enough about Japan, but I would imagine there'll be trouble there. Korea, I don't know. But I think the Fed will the federal government, we currently have 36 trillion in debt. I imagine that'll double. It might even go to 100 trillion over 18 months or 2 years. And the Fed will have to buy it all that the rest of the world won't. So my guess is the Fed's balance sheet could go to 30, 40 trillion dollars, 10 times as bad as what happened under Obama. That's a nightmare. But it will save. I don't know how much sympathy the American world is going to have for the banksters. Stevie Cohen is going to take his money offshore if he hasn't already done it. But I don't think America's going to want to rescue the banks. But initially the politicians will. But I think that kind of bailout, if it happens under Trump, might get directed, who knows, it might buy Greenland and Canada, who knows. But it might build out our new economic industrial heartland, which would be good. It might help common people, is my point. But what I think, Steve, it's going to cause explosive rallies in gold and silver, in platinum, in palladium, in unobtainium, any of those metals that are unavailable. I think you've done the right thing for your kids. Don't stick around, Matt. Don't. I can't give you financial advice. I think you should sell finger motion. But I'm not giving you financial advice. And it's not because I think the stock's going to go down. I think you should just get the hell out of it. I'm tired of answering your questions. You've made your point, and you're probably going to be right. Congratulations. I think if you want an idea that's going to work, my opinion, Railtown AI. If not, but Matt, you're in the oil and gas business. Buy Devon Energy, buy APA, buy Carrizo, buy Exxon. Get the hell out of finger motion. You're not happy with it, get out of it. As stock price drops, so does retail once full trust is lost. Look, Matt, I just sat here. I'm not the company. If I'm correct, nothing I said should break your trust with the company. None of it. And if full trust is with me for a short squeeze, you're talking to the wrong guy. I do not believe finger motion is going to squeeze in the short run. I believe it could, but I think it's been proven Wall Street has it under control. I also think finger motion could squeeze once the price is higher. But that involves waiting, Matt. And one thing you youngsters don't like to do is wait. So Matt, you're right, Matt. You win. As the stock price drops, retail trust is fully lost. Look at the price today, feeding the short. Brilliant, Matt. Brilliant. Your analysis is correct. The company should never have taken the financing that Benchmark Capital recommended from Lynn Partners. From that time, I saw with my own eyes, I spy with my own eyes, Jeff Easton's clients sold over 100 million shares they didn't deliver. And now it's probably much, much more. Ham has it pegged at 250 million. No shit, Sherlock, Matt. It doesn't take a bloody genius to realize that the shorts sell unlocated, non-delivered shares every single day. And Adina Friedman doesn't give a see what my dog just did at the back door. Adina Friedman doesn't care. So how genius are you? No shit, that's what's happening every single day. But Finger's trying to do something right. And Matt, all power to you. Let's see if Finger goes down. Why don't you sell it here and try to buy it lower? You and your 100,000 shares, hit the market, hit the bid, drive it lower and buy it back cheaper. See what happens. Prove us that you're a brain. But I'll tell you something. The stock market surprises sometimes. And the stock market is a discounting machine, not an Eeyore machine. The stock market isn't a machine that Matt can come and dump FUD on with he and his cowardly short sellers, short, sell down, sell down, sell down, sell down. It works in most stocks and it might work here. I can't say it won't. But Finger Motion raised $4.6 million. They have it. They have it. Now I will admit there's a race that Finger Motion has to perform ahead of your friends, Matt. You and your friends. And I hope you've already collected your money from them, from your hedge funds. Because I think Finger can beat the criminals. If Finger Motion has to raise money in 3 or 4 or 5 months and the stock price is lower, well, such is life. But they'll take that money, they'll expand their book, and they'll be doing, instead of 2 vehicles, maybe they'll be doing 25 vehicles a month. And eventually, that revenue, that cash flow, those earnings start coming in and they change the story. So you have some time to make hay, and I'm not scared of your 100,000 shares. Dump them. Dump them. What I tried to just show you is Martin Shen is doing a good job, and he is making the correct decisions, and you are a small-minded person on this subject. You focus, argue, 1 point, nitpick, over again. You win that battle, win that battle. It's not even interesting, but you forget the war. Finger Motion's going to win the war, and I'll grant you that battle. Why am I saying Canadian banks? Yes, you did in 2008, but trying to remember. I believe American banks, now, Michelle, this is our story, which might not be true. But we've been pressured. What's the word? It's not pressure tested. It's another word. Anyway, they've tested our banks, stress tested our banks. And they claim that we're in a better position. And the argument is that Canada didn't do that. I don't know if that's true. I think, Michelle, if I had to put money somewhere, I'd rather put it in a Canadian bank than a US bank because of your resources. Canada's oil, it's gold, it's silver, it's all the other metals, uranium, lumber. And now that Castro is gone, I think, yeah, I would go with Canada. But what I heard, Michelle, when I listened to somebody, is that European and Canadian banks are not as prepared. I just can't remember who it was I listened to, so I'll have to listen again. And next time I hear it, I'll come up with my source on that. But one of the talking heads, the analysts, said that, and that's where I got that from. But right now I cannot remember who it was. I don't think it matters. I think U.S. banks are going to be in trouble. I think all the Western banks are going to be in trouble. And the Fed will bail out the world. I think the Fed, essentially for the time being, is the central bank of the world. Eventually, Russia, China, India, Brazil, Indonesia, they're going to have to duke it out as to who has the central bank that replaces the Fed. But I actually, Michelle, have some hope that we can reclaim our integrity and we can reclaim our economic strength. And our military strength could work in conjunction with other countries' military strength. And we could get rid of this neocon idea that the United States bestrides the world as the only superpower. I think our Fed and our economy could be strong in a new financial system which cooperates with the other countries. I still think that could happen. But anyway, Michelle, I think all the banks are going to be in trouble. You could answer me one thing. Do you think Canadian real estate is sustainable? Commercial or residential? I'm not sure it is. And that'll affect bank loans. The loonie trades at what, 135? I don't remember. That reflects some weakness for some reason that I don't know. But I remember when the Canadian dollar was what, 105, 110? And that was all because of oil prices, gold prices, silver, and your economic, your fiscal policy. So I hear what you're saying. Your banks did do much better. RBC and Bank of Montreal, they did much better. I think your loan loss reserves were better. I don't think they got involved in too much of that subprime lending. Trying to remember, but you did much better. But Michelle, bottom line, I think our regulators and our oversight systems are not as robust as we're telling the world. I think the world's going to find out that our banks are in trouble. And I think, for example, Bank of America could go down because of its short position in silver. I think Wells Fargo is going to be in trouble. Not for silver, just because I heard that is one of the weakest banks out there. Again, I'll start taking notes so I can give you my sources. I don't remember who said that. I did listen to this guy, Whalen, over the weekend, and he was positive on US banks, but he wasn't positive on something else, the debt. Michelle, I'll try to do a better job of being able to give you a footnote on who I'm quoting. I'm sorry. That's not a very good answer, but I can't remember. I'm not, no short selling Yankee. Look, Matt, I have more friends from the South. I went to school in the South. What the heck? I am blue, red, white blood. Who knows people with big cash? Great. I think that's great that you have great investors and a lot of cash behind you. But I'll tell you what, if they're listening to you, they're not listening to a good advisor. People like you who voted Biden, I voted for Trump. Where do you get your information? I voted for Trump. I voted for Trump 3 times. 3 times I voted for Trump. And I think he won 3 times. Spreading false narrative. And you're out? It sucks? All right. Thanks for stopping by. Just wondering why you thought that. My brain used to be, Michelle, that it would pop right in my head where I got it. It didn't. I was hoping it would. It didn't. I forget what I was talking about, Robert. QXO leaving NASDAQ for NYSE. At least I think so. But there's a guy out there that you guys don't know, but he's pretty knowledgeable of all this. And he told me, and it's not him, he told me it won't matter that it's on NASDAQ, on NYSE. I don't agree. I think you're right. I don't know if it'll force settlement, but I think the rules are tighter. I know there's derivatives there, but at least in theory, there will be big girls buying to offset this counterfeiting of shares. So it's a fair, let me put it that way, it's a fairer battle and more price discovery than not. Trump. Yeah. I think 3 times. Yes. Robert, it's so amazing that the bad that's come to this country because of what happened. It's just incredible. I mean, where did those 8 to 12? I think it was 13 million. But remember that the California and other states kept counting votes for 3, 4, 5 weeks to try to find more votes for Kamala. But it was like 13 million votes were missing. Where'd they go? They never were real. Yeah, the German loophole, they rated it, as I recall. They rated in Italy and in Germany. They got to shut all that down. I think we should do paper ballots, ID, U.S. citizenship, 1 day, and no mail-in, no mail-in. And if maybe there's an exception for mail-in, but it has to be done before the vote rather than after the vote. But same thing, U.S. citizen, ID, verified signature. And if a district can't count, make it smaller, make it smaller, make it smaller, and get better machines on the federal level anyway. Have the federal government pay for it. Yeah, Lucky's sitting right here next to the heat. Thank you. He loves your kisses. He stinks because he won't let me bathe him, but I'm going to try to get him bathed. But the heat gives him peace. I talked to a friend of mine. He told me get a harness. I have a harness in the front. He says, get him this harness that has a handle in the front and the back. And I'm going to do that. That's what I'm going to do probably after this. 1 day with a fingerprint. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I think that's a great idea. I never thought of the fingerprint. I mean, you can't go anywhere without an ID. You can't go to a bar. You can't. I mean, there's some venues you can't get in without an ID. You can't travel without an ID. You can't go to school. Well, upper level schools. You can't you can't cash a check. You can't receive money. You can't go to the post office and change your address without proving who you are. I don't know. It's the oddest thing. I think it's really insulting to tell the world that African Americans can't get IDs. I think come on. That's their argument. I'm a Democrat still, unfortunately. Don't bring that Biden narrative to North Dakota because I've seen those guys beating black and blue outside. Dude, I didn't vote for Biden. I think Biden is easily the worst president we've ever had. I don't think Biden was president. I think Obama was. Which is why Hillary has such a sour puss. And Pelosi, maybe. Dude, I don't know what. Just don't know. Real estate not sustainable. That's why we started lowering our rates before the United States. The bubble's starting to pop. Well, one thing you have is a lot of Chinese nationals, I think, still. But Michelle, interest rates are an interesting thing. The one guy that I really like to follow, one of the guys, is calling for lower interest rates in the United States. He actually thinks that you can make money in the TLT, you can make money on the 10-year bond, even the 30-year bond, because he thinks U.S. long rates are going to go, and mortgage rates are going to go back down. They're going to go to, the 10-year is going to go to 2%. I think that's such a scary bet. You can make a lot of money on that because he thinks there's going to be such a flood of money going into everything. Bonds are going to rally. And then there's a depression. And then the Fed buys everything. And of course, another guy I listened, and right now, I think it's Jim Rickards in one of his books. We're already in a depression by the definition of depression. But the definition of depression is a long period of time. I forgot how long. 4 quarters or longer maybe, of growth at less than optimal growth. So it doesn't mean that it has to be negative growth. That's a recession is usually negative growth. But anyway, we don't use the word depression anymore. But if we go into deflation, and that's that, Michelle, for example, if real estate collapses and the banks lose, there's defaults on those houses, but it's in a massive way and nobody comes back in to buy, that restricts or destroys the money supply. That reduction in money supply that's out there, because the banks lend money into existence. You understand that. If I put $1 million in Eagle Bank, I didn't. But if I put $1 million in Eagle Bank, they could make $10 million in loans to buy real estate. All of that money is lent into existence. And that props up the value of the properties. And that pays realtors, developers, whoever owned the real estate, and they go buy cars, they buy dinners, they buy coats, they buy butter, they buy eggs. And the price goes up, maybe. And if the Fed does a good job, they keep it at 2%. That's what they want. But what happens in a depression, or what could happen, and what frightens the Fed, that's why I think the Fed's going to bail out the world as long as people, they'll go until people don't take the dollar anymore. And I have a book here I want to read. I started it, but my eyesight's very hard to read right now. But I have 2 books I bought on the Weimar Republic. And then there's another book I bought. They said they delivered, I didn't get, on the Depression. I got to reorder that. But the point is, the Fed is more afraid of deflation than of inflation. But inflation's horrible. Inflation destroys a country. Look at Argentina. Look at Zimbabwe. Look at Germany when it happened. But deflation, well, number one, all the bankers lose money. But deflation is a sense of hopelessness. It doesn't have to last forever. But anyway, Michelle, what happens is, in my example, let's say Eagle Bank went out and lent $10 million. And let's say 5 of those borrowers defaulted and they had to sell those houses Well, maybe Eagle Bank only gets back half of that money. That's $2.5 million then that disappears. That disappears. And if they can't get new people buying those houses, it can happen everywhere. And so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And if people don't trust it, they don't want to buy. Money supply can collapse. Asset prices collapse. It's a nightmare. So that's why the Fed has a tough job, and it might not work this time. I think Trump's onto something, though. I'm really surprised by him. I never would have thought of coming out of the gate. And I know I don't mean to offend you, Michelle, at all, but I do wonder, I do sometimes wonder if our commander hadn't been drunk when he attacked Fort Ticonderoga. Was that it? We could have won Canada. But anyway, our guy was drunk, as I recall my history. But I'm not trying to insult Canada, but I just can't believe how big Trump's thinking. He is thinking big. You go get Canada. I'm not saying we will. You get Greenland. You get the Panama Canal. All of a sudden, the North American economy, which is what it is, we should be cooperating with Mexico rather than having China here. We can become, I mean, Canada has all the energy the United States needs. And we have all the military and the know-how, but Canada has know-how. But we could be, how did my dad say that word? Behemoth. A behemoth. Of course, I don't think it'll go very far because Canada will be bluer than California and New York combined. Everybody knows it's your fault. What? Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I'm tired of it. I know we should buy what Nancy buys. By the way, you know who made his fortune doing that? Hate to tell you. Steve Cohen made his fortune that way, and others. And there's evidence to that. I'll say it's my opinion, which it is, but I'm not just making it up. Little me knows a guy that was interested in putting $500K on Finger Motion, but because Merton couldn't release positive news last year, he's no longer interested. Well, you know what? I think he should put $500K with your oil project. That's what I think. The Bakken. He should go in and buy with you. Drill some wells in the Bakken. Don't come. Tell your guy not to come to Finger Motion. Just no one's interested. But if you want to impress him, I would suggest a little dab will do you. Tell him to buy Railtown. And if you want to take some speculative punts, Nixie, next trip, NTRP, maybe you come back into ZJYL and GDC. Me, if I had $500K, silver. Ignore everything else. Just buy silver. And if you give that recommendation to him, you'll dine out on that advice for the rest of your life. But go ahead and be a sourpuss. Just be negative, negative, negative. I can't deal with it. It's draining, boy. It's draining. I'm skipping Matt going back up. I just can't. I can't deal with Matt. If he sells shares, most people will get out. I don't think Martin's going to sell shares. I didn't say that. Oh, you meant as a company? Michelle, it's going to be a race. If Martin has to do more shares later on because his contracts weren't successful and it's at a lower price, I would agree with you. But I think Finger Motion and Martin are going to perform on these contracts. But of course, I'm making an assumption that it's these contracts, but it's the only logical one. So I think I'm safe to assume that. So I think it's going to grow. And I think Roth Capital will be there as a real investment bank to raise money at higher prices. That's my guess. That's my guess. When GDC ran to 11, good for you, Jeff. That is good to you. Would you buy it back? I don't know. If I had that money, Jeff, I would take one of the things I want to do. I'm not in this position now, but if I start having a little money coming in from trading, I want to take 10% of every bit of profit at least and buy silver. Just buy silver. But then if I had that money, I think I'd buy Railtown. You can buy it tomorrow. You can't buy it on Thursday, and you might be able to buy it on Friday. But I think I'd buy Railtown. You don't have to buy a lot. But Jeff, believe it or not, I don't know if I'm being too optimistic, but I think Railtown, here's my premise, Jeff. Railtown has been a R&D company for, I think, 4 years. They spent 85% of all the money they raised on their, I'm going to call it software. I know it's not software. It's AI technology. All right, I'll just call it AI, on their AI. I'll call it AI. So they now are out of their research and development phase. They have a product called Conductor and a couple of 3 or 4 permutations. But they solve a problem. They turn a problem from months into minutes, or days into minutes, or weeks into minutes, or months into days. And a lot of people into 1 or 2 people. And this is, we went through the presentation. It's a closed system and it's self-learning. So anyway, I think they're on the verge of a hockey stick increase in the perceived valuation of that product. They're the first mover. It's revolutionary, apparently, from just what I read. We've gone through it. And their partners are Microsoft, AMD, NVIDIA, this group of AI people. I forgot the name, AI Consortium. A couple others. And to me, Jeff, one of those partners become the buyer of the company because the company is the first to move. They have a good team. They have the model, but how do they expand quickly enough to capture all the business? I think the only way they can do that is to be bought out. Those are my assumptions. Now then that gets tricky. They have 130 million shares out. Let's say call that 150 million. And let's say I'm right, it's on a hockey stick of valuation. Jeff, I heard from a guy I trust that venture capital firms and investment banks and money managers and mutual funds and investors in general pay 19 times revenue, forward revenue, projected revenue, not even what's come in yet. 19 times. So I'm gonna make a completely pie in the sky projection, completely pie in the sky. The 2 or 3 markets Railtown AI is going after. One was like, anyway, it was growing to 35 billion. Let's see if I can find that for you. Here's the partners. Let me make sure you're seeing it. Yeah, you are. Okay. Here's the partners. Mila, AMII, Microsoft, NVIDIA, UBC. That's a banker. No, I don't know if it's a banker. AMD, AI Partnerships Corporation. They have Conductor and Long Tracks. Railtown AI, SREDR. All right, here's the tools market, 4 billion to 17 billion, and the service market, 7 billion to 132 billion by 2030. They have growing markets. It's commercialized now, high margin, proven tech partners. There they are. Okay, so here, back to this. This is the market they're targeting. You see this? Targeting too large. Small and medium-sized businesses and enterprise organization develop and maintain software. So these are the 2 markets projected to be 17 billion in the one and 132 billion in the other as we exit this decade. So Jeff, I'm going to just make I'm just going to make just a wild projection. Let's say Railtown with this new project can book forward $1 billion in revenues. And let's say they get 15 times that revenue instead of 19 times. That's $15 billion, $15 billion valuation. And let's say it's 150 million shares out. I'm going to have to use my calculator. I think I know the answer, but I've been proven foolish before. Oh, so 150. Oh, no. So it'd be $100. Now let's ignore that. So let's just say it's worth $11 a share. My point is, Jeff, maybe you can buy Railtown and ride it up to $11. That's all I'm saying. It's speculative, but it's not a short squeeze per se. Somebody's selling something, but it's a real value creation idea. So, Matt, I'm starting to think you're not from North Dakota. I'm starting to think you argue too much. Senator, don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. Exactly, Daniel. You're done with me? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. You're done with me. You're done with me. How am I going to live without you, Matt? You know somebody with $500,000? Oh. You would fell a company because you're not focused on the wolves. So you would slowly sink the company. Well, I think that's probably true. You don't know how much time it is, but you're not a genius. What, you're pointing something out that no one knows? Thousands of companies are destroyed every year or so on Adina Friedman's markets because there's no settlement. There's no price discovery. There's no investment banking. There's no brokerage firms. There's no buying under the Merrill Lynch rule. There's no criminal prosecution. There's no fines. The SEC slaps the hands and they do it again and again. You're not a genius. You're not a genius. Well, just remember not to buy it back for 31 days. I don't think China's going to invade anybody. What I'd be more worried about, oh, you mean Taiwan maybe? I don't think China wants war. I think their plan to corrupt the Clintons, to corrupt the Bidens, maybe to corrupt George W. Bush, to buy politicians from Eric Fartwell to that there's one other one I can't remember, to get access to Mitch McConnell through his wife to, I think control a lot of our information and news, get their credit system here, social credit system, and bring in military-aged men through the open borders. I mean, you'd almost think that Biden over the last 4 years was working for the other side, whoever the other side is. Anyway, we've had farms, we've had meat packing plants blow up, we've had chicken and egg plants, we've had train derailments, we've had chemicals, we've had various attacks around, we've had drones, we've had these bubbles, we've had these balloons, we've had fentanyl come in, what apparently comes from China. We've had various wet market diseases or worse. It might be in a laboratory from China. I don't think China needs to invade. I think they already have. They're already letting us tear ourselves apart. This DEI crap and all this other stuff. Do you think they do that in China? Maybe. I don't know. I've not lived in China. Matt, you don't know what you're talking about. You really don't. I don't think you're from North Dakota. I've never met anybody out of North Dakota as what's the word? There's a word I want to use, I can't. But this argumentativeness of yours, it's not characteristic of anybody I've met in that part of the world. It is characteristic of people I've met here and in New York and at school and in financial transactions. I don't think you're from North Dakota. Well, Jeff, and I hope so. You make me feel less alone too. You make me feel brand new. If God, you make me feel brand new. My love. And friend. To depend. Mere words cannot express. God bless you. You make me feel brand new. Because something about when I'm with you, something. I can't remember the words. Lionel and Diana, I think. You know what? I'm done answering your questions about finger. All right, we talked about that one. We might be at the end. I like that projection. I like that projection. For God bless me when you don't use fraudulent thieves pissed off wrong people. I have no idea. Is that a threat? Matt, are you making a threat? That's not good. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. I think Railtown. Oh, wow. Do you think they probably won't be very good? I would guess. How could they be good? I don't think we're getting anywhere near close to a one world currency. I think the one world currency is the dollar. The euro gives it a good run for the buck, so to speak. The yen, it's there. I don't think people really trust the yuan yet, but I think they will in the future. No one really trusts the ruble, which intrigues me. If I could have, I would have bought Russian real estate, Russian rubles. But anyway, it's not easy for Americans to do. But it's going to be the dollar for a long time to come. Look how the euro works. It doesn't work that well. And those people are all in the same continent. How is something going to work in the BRICS? I don't get it. But having said that, there could come a time where there's a new fluctuating exchange rate system where currencies all are based on some sort of touch stone at 40% gold. I don't think a gold standard's going to come back, but it might be some kind of 40% number. Where do I get that from Jim Rickard's calculation and others, Dr. Stephen Lee. Gold will be involved because people aren't going to trust paper currency. Matt, I'm going to wait till tomorrow or the next day, whenever I come on again, because you might be hot-headed. But number one, I haven't stolen anything. And number two, I think you're threatening me, and I will cut you off. Oh, in the oil fields? Well, okay, in the oil business, one of the things I've watched, and there's one guy I think's a short. I saw him. He's on YouTube. One of the things I've watched in the oil industry is these group of men have destroyed the U.S., the small oil and gas companies and miners. This group. And I don't know why it's allowed to go on. I really don't. They short everything into oblivion. There's a silver mining company. It's brilliant, wonderful. anyway, I won't talk about me. But, I probably now own, when I first invested, I think I owned 120,000, maybe it's a little bit more than that. But let's call it 125,000 ounces of silver through, paper through. But they've grown the company, they've grown their reserves and all that, but they took financing, and I warned, they got a young CEO, I warned him. He's a good guy. He didn't get what I was saying. Well, now my position, even though the company's grown, I have to admit, the reserve report I was looking at, I was a little confused. But I think I might have 1,000 ounces, down from 125,000 ounces represented by paper because of the criminals on Wall Street. It's just a group of guys who I'm starting to suspect you might work with. But XRP will replace the SWIP. Yeah, that's probably true, but not without a fight first. But that's probably true. But are you going to tell me that XRP is going to bypass the Patriot Act, the tax authorities, the money laundering? I don't know. Maybe I think so. Maybe. Happy New Year, Jerome. Jerome, Barry Lyndon popped up on my selection list. And I remember when I was very young, I saw Barry Lyndon when it first came to the theater. And I remember that the critics, I think I'm right about this, the critics didn't like that movie. And I know several of my friends didn't like it. I was living at the time in a small town, one theater. Farmers mostly. But I remember that movie and I thought it was great. I thought it was a great movie. I was young. But I'm almost nervous to watch it again if I find out it wasn't a good movie. Because I remember it thinking it was a really good film. Later on, we'll get ice cream. Steve, I don't know. I feel like I wasn't nice at all. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. Later on, we will get ice cream. On the other hand, go. Oh, I screwed up. I screwed up. I screwed up. Let's forget the moose. Why don't you forget the moose? Oh, I didn't do it. All right, I gotta go. Share screen. I see, I screwed up. All right, I screwed up. All right, so I go like that. So I can do that. All right, so I can go like this. And that, but then the problem is, that's the problem. So I have to go like that. Oh, nightmare. Nightmare, where is thy sting? Okay, so I go like this. I go like this. I see.
Hello, Arthur.
Hello, Mr. Johnson.
I haven't seen much of you lately.
Well, the reason you haven't seen much of me is because I normally pick Susan up at her apartment in town, and you live here. Want a drink?
I never drink. And no one in my family ever drinks.
That's great. You probably never run out of ice your whole life.
I don't drink because drinking affects your decision making.
Where's the rest
You
of
may be
this?
right. I can't decide. It's just a little humor. Where's the rest of this moose?
Arthur, I think it's time we got to know one another.
I do too. That's why I had you come over today. This is a tough room. I don't have to tell you that. You must have hated this moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
Right.
Right. Arthur. Oh, Arthur. This scene is the best.
Press has a good time with you, Arthur. Press has a good time with you, Arthur. Press has a good time with you, Arthur. Millionaire drunk playboy. The weakest man I have ever known. I despise your weakness. Arthur,
Arthur.
I'm afraid we have to talk.
I'm not going to marry her. I've told you that 1,000 times.
Fine. If that's your decision, Arthur, the family has no choice. I'm sorry, Arthur. Very sorry.
You are cut
At
off.
this moment, you are cut off.
You mean cut off from you and grandmother and the family? So you mean cut off from the
Mm,
you
mm, mm, mm.
don't mean cut off from
The money, Arthur. Your grandmother and I have had all the papers drawn up. We want this marriage, Arthur. I want it. Bert Johnson wants it.
Bert Johnson? It's a criminal.
We all are, Arthur. And as you know, we usually get what we want.
Well, frankly, Father, I'd rather starve. And I will. Get married when I fall in love with somebody.
Fine. I respect your integrity. You've just lost $750 million.
Actually, Susan is a very nice girl.
Very nice. And she'll make a wonderful wife.
Yes, wonderful. Have you ever seen her face when the light catches it just right? She's really quite beautiful.
Of course.
Of course, you can't depend on that light.
Wedding is a month from today. The invitations will be mailed tonight.
Have you ever tasted her chicken? It's spectacular things with chicken. And I love a chicken made at home.
Arthur, This is the ring your grandfather.
All
gave
that
your
for
grandmother.
one?
She wants you to give it to Susan.
This is to marry one girl. Please don't do this to me, Father.
Arthur, I've been waiting for you to grow up. I can't wait any longer.
Congratulations, Father. You win.
I had every intention of winning. Congratulations to you, Arthur. You're going to be a wealthy man for the rest of your life.
That's all I've ever wanted to be.
It's all I've ever wanted to be. Have you ever seen how lovely she looks when the light catches her? People want names, cities, states. This account from offshore account being deleted. Give names. Yeah, Nixie, I'm glad you, and I wonder, oh, Tuco's great. It's not a joke, it's a rope, Tuco. Don't die, Blondie. Don't die, Blondie. Don't die, Blondie. I'm gonna pass. Rage, rage. Don't die, Blondie. All right, 7:05. I think I gotta go clean up some dog poop. Maybe I'll walk my dog first, then clean up the poop. And then think of all the things that I said wrong. Get Ham on. He is less than 5 miles away from pickleball. We want his names from people responsible. On the other hand, hey, KYP, I'm going to go walk Lucky. Good to see you, KYP. I'd play that song, but the last time I played a song, I got a pretty serious block. So I'm going to try to avoid playing songs. But thank you, KYP. I'm going to go walking. I'm going to go walking. Right now. And he's walking, which is good. So anyway, peace to everybody and peace around the world. And we'll talk tomorrow. And I think, anyway, if I'm up for it. And hopefully we'll start making some money at some point. But cheers to everyone. Thank you, KYP.